Okay, all right. Well, thank everybody for being here. Thank you all very much. We'll go ahead and start the meeting as usual with the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Michael, if you could just lead us in a prayer, please.
Lord, thank you for giving us another day to do your will. We appreciate all your gifts. We thank you for the rain. Let it please continue to come, and please guide us, the board and us, and in the decisions that need to be made for the district. And please allow everyone a safe passage home. We do all this in your name. Amen.
Okay, all right. Then we're going to go right into item 2, which is public comments. All right, we're going to go into item 2A1, public comment from Mrs. Carmen Garcia.
I did not see her.
Well, I have mentioned her that we were going to go into executive session, so she'll probably be here around 4. My understanding was that we could be executive first and then run that way. So she's scheduled to be roughly around 4 here.
Oh, I had texted her earlier at 3. So, yeah.
When she gets her, she'll play.
Then we will go into just regular public comment. Okay, so should I just call everybody's name, or if they signed up for
They signed up if they wish to speak in that second column.
in the second? Yeah.
If it's circled, yes.
I'm going to go ahead and call your name, and so you can either speak now in the public comment section, or you can wait until the item, right? Correct. And so if you want to reserve to wait for the agenda item, you can, but you can also just go ahead and also do it now.
How long before the agenda item?
It's number, most of y'all are probably here on 4D. It's got 3 things ahead of it. So, I would guess like maybe 30 minutes, maybe 45, at the most, something like that. Okay. We'll start with Dan Vogler.
I'll be patient for,
Okay.
to speak before the agenda item.
All right, yes, sir. Then we're gonna go to Sean Popovich.
I'll be patient as well.
Right. Yes, sir. Joel Slovakic.
I'll wait.
Elise. No last name, Elise.
Please.
Okay. Reed Nelly. Reed Nelly? Nelly?
Read, knowing.
Rafael Ruiz. Rafael Ruiz?
There were some.
And those circles, 2 speaks, those are.
Yes.
Yeah, there were online as well.
That's what.
We put them in here.
So they let you know ahead of time that they were gonna be, okay, but.
Oh,
They may not be. The
oh,
first couple ones at least.
oh, that's why the handwriting's so good. Okay. Yeah, I was reading them all and I was like, I can read these really good today, but okay, that makes sense. Okay. That's your handwriting. Okay. All right. That does make, so one more from your handwriting. Jim McKay.
Oh, wait.
Okay, yes, sir. Okay, this is where the handwriting gets a little harder. So, Tom Dubell.
I can wait.
Okay, yes, sir. Judy Dietert.
Oh, I didn't sign up to speak.
Oh, I'm sorry, you did.
Yeah,
I'm
it's,
sorry.
yes, it's circled only.
I'm sorry. Joel Slovakic.
I'll wait.
Pam Craft.
I was into the open, and I'd also like to reserve for when Palomino, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Just thank you for the opportunity to speak with you, the board, the staff, and citizens. That's basically our only time that we have to express our concerns, our appreciation, and our opinions. I'd first like to call your attention to the minutes where it states that Ms. Kraft, the last time I spoke, said encouraging CCSUD to not look at it from a business standpoint. I would never recommend a business not looking at it at a business standpoint. I was in no way asking for you to not perform or react as a business. I recall talking about the possibility that the data centers with all the opposition may not happen. And if you purchase enormous amounts of water that is then not needed, you will have created a huge expense that you then must account for. You also need to consider also environmental concerns of water contamination, noise, and EMFs and their effect on the environment, not only here, but downstream. I'd recommend that a business not operate. I would never recommend that a business would not operate from a business standpoint, but maybe to also consider the bigger picture by not approving an amount of water that may not even be provided in writing for the total amount that they request. Don't know if you have ever received that and approved that. That's just off the topic of any particular person, object, or whatever. But have you ever approved a request for water that had no total, that had no maximum? So transparency. I think you can tell everybody is concerned with transparency that they showed up here at 3 o'clock on a Wednesday, a meeting that was scheduled for last Thursday. So I looked at transparency for businesses. According to an article on transparency in business, it is called Strategic Insights for Leaders, discussing what is transparency in business and why it's important. We define transparency in business as a practice of sharing information amongst people on important matters internally and externally. It's the process of having active and effective communication channels across businesses' various stakeholders. It creates trust, loyalty. It increases your people's accountability. It makes reporting straightforward. It allows for a clearer overview and increases the company's adaptability. A business that doesn't value transparency develops what they call a covert culture. I feel like I'm standing in it right now, to be honest, guys. Take, for example, the passing of Palomino Alpha Data Center. This is an example, which was passed as a reinvestment zone and had been questioned previously if a data center was coming in that area. I personally went to the person in charge and asked and was assured they'd been contacted previously, but nothing currently was being discussed. Approximately 3 months later, the deal was passed by commissioners court. Covert culture, hidden in plain sight. Now we are here and you're moving board meetings to mid-afternoon times with several big changes buried in a 298 packet agenda. Guess who's on the agenda? You got it. Your constituents here are a vital part of Crystal Clear, and we demand transparency from the board, from the employees. We are from the lawyers. Thank God we didn't show up Thursday just to be told we were coming here Wednesday, so it's improvement. So I appreciate that. But we demand transparency and not a covert culture. Experience. There's been a change at the top position. It's been less than a year. The person that is no longer here had complete working knowledge from the ground up, basically, of this company. This is not the time to start changing major issues like most of the items that's on today's agenda. You need to postpone and delay issues that do not need or are required to be addressed until the experience has been gained by current staff. What research has been done? Who's been contacted? What are their rules in the same situation? And if you do proceed, we want to see the results of your research that support these changes. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm stopping like 2 seconds.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Kraft.
Thank you.
Tim McKay.
Hi. First of all, before I start, just thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. So yeah, I have a kind of a Marxist perspective on the data centers. I'm here today as a concerned citizen of San Marcos that cannot say quietly, well, communities and quality of life are wholesale sold and destroyed to the billionaire class for personal gain. We created the wealth that's being used to destroy our lives and our land. San Marcos is believed to be the single longest inhabited location in North America, with archaeological evidence documenting over 11,000 years of continual inhabitation. This is the oldest community in the country. Why do you think that is? It's the river. The beautiful water has supported life here. It made a home for civilization for thousands of years. This precious resource, that source of life and community, is being sold for profit against our will right now. It's being gobbled up by anonymous parasitic ghouls from outside the community. Ghouls who view our entire community as a line item and who will never set foot on this land. We are the statistic, a numerical part of their profit margin. We need our land. We and our land are the dying capitalist class desperate source of exploitation. We must fight and hold on to a sovereign community with every single ounce of strength and every tool we can muster. What these data centers are doing is not right. It's not ethical. In most cases, it's not legal. The corporations are deeply enmeshed with the government, the ruling class, and the military industrial complex. They skirt every rule, every law, and every safeguard to do this. With enormous finance capital acting as a skeleton key. Shame to the local governance bodies for being complicit in this. You're elected to serve our community and not auction it off for profit. Texas and San Marcos specifically are in an historic drought. Our grids cannot support the strain of these data centers. These data centers risk turning our beautiful community into an industrial wasteland, unfit for human or animal life. They're unsustainable, and the technology is not for scientific breakthroughs, greater social goods, or find answers to the environmental crisis. It's for none of that. Ultimately, it's us that pays for the privilege of having our lives ruined by this. Deep down, you know this should never be allowed, that it will risk causing an ecological crisis that we cannot escape. You already know all of this, yet ignore it, all for the chance to make a profit. I'm saying this to hold you accountable. I'm saying this so that every night in bed, these words haunt you. If you allow these data center projects to move in, I hope you're haunted by this forever. It's unforgivable. I'm here to rally the community to expand its efforts to oppose these data centers in our area and to fight like hell. I'm calling every one of you to stand up and fight for those who can't. We did not ask for a class war, but by uniting, we have a choice. We have a chance to win it for the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Amber Lumford?
Board members, thank you for letting me speak today. I live in San Marcos, Texas. I'm here because this water affects all of us. Water that comes out of the aquifer, water that we share, it affects all of us. I've lived in the area for about 10 years. My husband grew up here. We're raising our 2 children here. We have an actual vested interest in this community, unlike these data centers, which have a vested interest in extracting as much wealth as they can from our resources that our community shares. And I'm here unpaid to be here, unlike these representatives, which I'm sure have very rose-colored explanations of how data centers will benefit our community. Meanwhile, all these community members are here unpaid with no financial incentive to warn you that this is a scam. And it's a scam that will very soon pop. So first and foremost, we don't have enough water to support these data centers. That is very clear in the science. A study from the International Energy Agency commissioned by our own US Congress just this year estimates that a 100 megawatt data center consumes the same amount of water as 6,500 households from direct and indirect use. So that is still indicated in closed loop systems, which have indirect water use. And that's just for a 100 megawatt data center. Cloudburst, which has already been approved, aims to get to a 1,200 megawatt capacity in just a couple of years, 1.2 gigawatts. Even before that decision was made, San Marcos predicted that it would run out of water in 30 years. It's in their own city council agenda by their own water director. And that was before these data centers even came in. So we've already spelt our doom, and it's time to take immediate action and treat this how seriously it is. Secondly, there's this myth that data centers benefit our local economy, but if you look at what's actually happening in the US, in places where data centers are moving in, such as Georgia, water rates are going up, nearby taps are drying up or being polluted. A report on data centers by the Joint Legislative Audit and Review Commission reports that data centers very likely increase electricity rates of all neighboring users. the long-term job creation is only about 50. Most of the jobs are temporary. And it's diabolically ironic that these developers are marketing data centers for job creation when we already know that AI is replacing the people training them. So I hope today you stand for the people you actually live with. I hope you stand for the community you swore to protect. Because these people don't have any of our best interests in mind.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but it's your 3
Thank
minutes.
you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Gil Lindsay.
Steve, I'm Tori. I'm gonna stand over here, so I'm not gonna be blinded if that's what I mean. Okay. Well, let's not start. Can we start my time over?
So I thought that
Okay, good afternoon. I'm a little concerned why this board meeting is happening at 3 o'clock on a Wednesday versus 6:30 on a Thursday. Vote no on the new bylaws. There's some concern with the power of the general manager and the president of the board. Second, I want to talk about the non-standard water service agreement for Palomino Alpha. On page 1, they're saying that the agreement is for approximately 870 acres. That's incorrect. According to Guadalupe County Commissioners Court in February this year, they acquired 942 acres, totaling 20 parcels of land. Also in your packet, they have letters of authorization for the landowners, but there are 2 landowners that are not in your packet. Based on the incorrect application, I would not move forward with passing this. They are asking crystal clear for 500,000 gallons of water per day at full build out. They have a pending permit with TCQ for their wastewater treatment plant, and that permit request is to discharge into a tributary of York Creek up to 500,000 gallons per day. That should give the board a moment to pause and think about what is happening. Palomino Alto is requesting 500,000 gallons of clean drinking water to be used to circulate in their data center with forever chemicals that will be added into that. Then they plan to transfer that to the wastewater treatment plant, where it would be, are y'all gonna listen to me? Where it would be treated. So every day, 500,000 gallons of clean drinking water is polluted and then dumped back into your creek. Why is this district allowing Exhibit E in the packet to be incorporated into this agreement at a later date? Palomino is saying that they will need more water, just not sure how much right now and what for. Has anyone met with representatives of Palomino? Have they come to the board meetings? Why can't they give a presentation to the board in public? Moving on to the drought contingency plan. I'm furious at this. As a ratepayer to Crystal Clear, why are you wasting money on drafting this? We have a perfectly good water contingency drought monitoring plan that was done 2 years ago in 2024. Those plans are supposed to last for 5 years. We have a new general manager, Michael. You do not have the experience to draft a new plan. And how ironic that for over half a year of us all begging you to put us in stage 4, suddenly you put the J17 well index reading on the front of your website when we are currently not in stage 4. Page 6 of the plan, section D, the district has developed its own curtailment calculator for establishing the restriction percentages for each drought stage. I'm sorry, you expect me to trust the district to do the calculations, considering for the last 6 months, you knew we were in stage 4 and you would not put us in stage 4. I want to see Michael pull out the district calculator spreadsheet and do it in front of us today. There needs to be a subcommittee of experts to weigh in on this. I encourage the board to reach out to Zane Porterfield regarding this drought contingency plan. I find it interesting that all over the state of Texas we're experiencing drought, but Crystal Clear is so unique. We have plenty of water, enough water to give multiple data centers and power plants, and then also enough water to sell to the city of Kyle because they're having water issue supplies. I don't think it's a good idea to sign a lease agreement between the city of Kyle at the same time you're trying to change the drought contingency plan and the lease agreement. You specifically mentioned the water conservation drought contingency plan. Thank you.
I do want to just make a statement before we keep going. I know this is like a different pile of meeting than we usually have had. I just want to make a statement that, so some of y'all were at the last meeting and we were trying to determine if we could proceed with our regularly scheduled meeting. And so there was conflicts. Vice President Benavides was going to preside over that meeting, but we had just barely, we're going to make a 4-person quorum. So between that conversation and today's date, one of our members had resigned. So we didn't have enough members to make the regularly scheduled meeting quorum. So that's why it was postponed to today. It was really because we lost a member in the meantime. And the 3 o'clock time, I mean, I'll just go ahead and just say that I'm at fault for that. I mean, I have a full-time job. I usually work 10 or 11 hours before I even come to this meeting. I mean, myself and every member on this board is a non-paid volunteer. By the time that we got done with the last meeting, it was almost midnight. I mean, I had worked 20 hours. I could barely drive home. I had such a bad headache. I mean, even starting at 3, I don't know if we'll be out of here by midnight. I mean, so we're going to look at adjusting these meetings to where we could start earlier because they're just going so long. I mean, when I got on this board, I got on it because Crystal Clear was mean to my neighbor and I wanted him to be nice to him. I never expected for this to turn into another full-time job that I don't get paid for. And so I apologize for the meeting being moved to a different time than usual, but it's basically there's physical limitations. You can only work so many hours in a day. So I just want to make that statement, and it is my fault. I did call this meeting at 3:00 instead of our usual 6:30. Okay, moving on. Gemma, Chloe? Gemma, okay.
Gina Fleming?
Yes.
Okay. I appreciate that y'all are putting in a lot of time, and the reason I think the reason these meetings are going so long is because of the data centers and the concerns of the public and the injustice that this is to the public at large. This is why they are in Texas. They're all coming to Texas, as you know, not because they think, oh, wow, these Texans are sharp people. They know we have unfair lack of regulation on our water and that they can screw us over. They are here, and especially going into the small towns because they think we're stupid and because they know we don't have the laws to protect us. So I'm just asking you, please don't be complicit with this. We are in severe drought. There you have imposed restrictions with the threat of penalties. And yet this proposal is for 500,000 gallons of water every day, while at the same time telling the public we don't have enough water, you have to be penalized if you don't do the restrictions. This is what is happening to our country, that the people that are barely getting by are being asked to cut back so that these huge corporations can make more money and can push us down and take away our vital resources necessary for agriculture and for life, to take them away for. This is what it is risk here. This affects a much bigger region also than just your district. We can't, we have these little siloed political divisions, but our water isn't partitioned that way. We really have to be, we're being called on to be very creative and to find a way to govern that is morally responsible. So whether or not, I'm sure there must be some legal way for CCSUD to get away with this, but I don't see a moral way forward if this is approved. But thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Go Alberto?
Oh, wait.
Yes, sir. Liz? Gardos?
I didn't sign her sustained.
Oh, I'm sorry. Kayla Lambert?
Taylor Lambert?
Hello.
Howdy, hello. My name is Kayla Lambert. I'm a resident of San Marcos here because of data centers anywhere in Central Texas or in Texas is concerning to me. It's central future upstream. I'm not a cynic when it comes to technology. I don't stand here as an enemy of progress. But the thing is, when I look at this data center proposal, I don't see progress. I see a gamble where the big tech companies would get the go, while our city and residents would foot the bill. I know there are good faith arguments for these projects and people in our community who are honest, well-informed people who will tell you that the modern data centers use what's called closed loop systems. They say that the water is filled once and recycled forever. In a laboratory, that may be true, but we're not in a laboratory. We're living in the real world. And as chips get smaller and AI demands get larger, the heat these machines generate is outstripping the closed loop theory. To keep servers from melting, a data center has to bleed the lines to remove toxic sludge, aka forever chemicals. And bleeding H2O needs to be evaporated. It doesn't stay in the loop. It evaporates by the millions of gallons into the sky. A $1 trillion company is funding a study that says their forever chemicals won't hit the water table. They're not giving you the science, they're giving you a sales pitch. And a big employer who uses the water of 50,000 households and hires about 10 people long-term, that's not an employer, that's an extraction. I'd also like to mention the other issues other than our water, the heat bubble these will create. We have farmers, agriculture, neighborhoods, families nearby. 4 to 20 degrees is what's happening with current data centers in the heat bubble. I'd also like to mention the noise these things create. Data centers are impacting neighboring farms. Cattle are not birthing live calves, stillborns, since the data centers moved in next door. Imagine what this harm will do to our neighbors, our family, our children. We should pause these data center projects until they can really prove the environmental effects are not detrimental. Please do not sell out our most precious resource. In the beginning of this meeting, there was a prayer asking for rain. That should be telling enough. Please make a stance with us. Be the change. Show the big tech companies that we are not spineless money grabbers and we care about our community. Save our water and our well-being. Thank you for letting us speak.
Thomas Dillery, yeah.
Hello.
I like your shirt.
I'm gonna be brief. I know that the members of the board are going to vote on this, a little later. I'm gonna ask that, is it possible that all of you that will be voting on this particular, agenda item, that you could at least write down and sign that you haven't and will not receive any sort of financial incentive for yourself and your immediate family from this the company that is attempting to purchase all this water?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I get paid zero. I mean, I had to take vacation to do this meeting, so yes, absolutely.
Are there any among you that wouldn't sign to this? Would you be willing to get it notarized?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I'm not really allowed to address.
Right now.
Yes, 100% yes.
That's all I wanted.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Answering question.
Tori,
I'll wait.
oh, okay. Yeah, that one. Ruben Martinez.
Thank you. I want to say thank you to everyone who's here speaking. I want to say that in y'all last meeting, y'all had people lined up. Y'all didn't get out of here till midnight. Tonight, we'll not get out of here till 2 a.m, for example. Let that be a lesson. Let that understand that should be, alarm should be going off. The hairs on the back of your neck should be standing. Each of y'all have a name on y'all's chair. Each of your votes will be on a sheet of paper, documented. There will be receipts. Your business, your private lives will be exposed. And it's not just because that's how serious all these people are. And because we want to hold people accountable that are allowing these things to happen. If you look at other states, other cities that are already dealing with these data centers or AI or whatever it is, you will see what the people are shouting, screaming, standing up for, fighting for. It's very I can say, we can save your time, you can save everybody else's time lined up out the door. If you just simply vote no to this stuff, it's a very quick, easy no. Just say no, push it off. Make them wait 5 or 10 years, 20 years. Push it off, say no. That's all so it's like saying, talk to your kids at school coming, hey, you want a drink? Hey, you want some drugs? What do your parents teach you to say? Just say no. Just say no to that because you know it's not gonna be good. For my kids' future, we love going camping. I like going to the San Marcos River right here. I took off of work, brought me and my girlfriend out here from San Antonio, Texas to come and speak to y'all for 3 minutes, okay? I drove over here. I'm gonna be battling with traffic on the way back. If you cannot connect the dots to the subdivisions being built, the trees being cleared down, Lennar homes, you name it, it's all connected somehow. Your family's kids are gonna be dealing with your decisions here today. Let a no be your answer. It's very simple. Deal with the consequences later. Deal with y'all's death threats later from those corporations because they're gonna pressure you. They're gonna want you to say yes. They will pay you. They will threaten you to say yes to this stuff. I'm warning you. Please do not say yes. Say no to all this. I didn't take the time to read this. I'm not here to spit facts or numbers or what ifs or equations because that's y'all's job to do that research. I'm simply here to encourage y'all to think about the future, your kids, 7 generations out, trees, the subdivisions that are going up everywhere, the strip malls going up everywhere, the Walmarts and the Targets going up everywhere. It all needs to stop. We've gotten to a point now where it cannot continue as is, as it was, as it has been. Y'all are the change makers. It's on y'all now. Y'all's hands. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
John Popovich.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be the first here to speak for the data center. And I know there's a lot of opponents here, but I happen to be in the field of education. And I can tell you right now that AI is going nowhere away from here. It's going to get stronger. We're studying new languages. We're looking at Sonnet. We're looking at Opus. I mean, AI is here to stay. And only companies that are invested in them, entities, businesses, they're the ones that are not going to get left behind. I'm sorry, sir, but targets are going to continue to be built. I can't refer to anyone. Targets will continue to be built. Society will grow. I have a child in San Marcos ISD, and I was kind of a little upset that that one didn't get through. I have no vested interest in that data center, but I can tell you that the education is going to be in everything that the students see, teachers see, the benefits to society. Thank you, and basically anyone that is associated with it. It's in a perfect place from what I'm seeing. I drove out here, I looked at it. There's a big substation, I believe you call it, second largest in the state, ready to push the power out. So the closed loop system, there's lots of things said about it. I'm no expert. I've looked at what you've looked at, but I know one that's running efficiently is a closed loop system, and it's a safe closed loop system, and there's not the toxic sludges and things that I'm, referred to. So with that said, I say vote yes, think about the future. AI is not waiting for us, and why not be us in this area? Everyone here that lives here benefiting from it, then it growing somewhere else, and other school districts or other people, entities, infrastructures benefiting from it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great to be here. It's not a closed system. Not right.
Joan Rowe.
Yes, sir.
Second.
I gotta be honest, I'm seeing these math right now, and I don't know, man, I don't know what to say. This is, if this goes through, it's the death knell for our community. I mean, if you know how rain works and how the earth works, when you do a thing like this, that just is just destroying our water system from the sky to the groundwater to the river, it's fucked.
Sir, please don't, please.
I'm sorry. But, I need to speak on this. It's our water, it's our air, it's our energy bill, it's everything that impacts everybody and every living thing that lives anywhere in the whole world, but especially right here. And it's just more of the same old theme. Just this complete disregard for the living world and for life. And if you vote yes on this data center, you are not a follower of life. You are a follower of death. You are encouraging death. And I'm sick of it. And I want you all to do the right thing. Please, please do the right thing. Yeah, man. This river is sacred. It is one of the most beautiful places in the entire world. And I've been around. I've checked. And there's a lot of beautiful rivers. And most of them are suffering right now. Most of them are in a lot of pain. And there's a lot of death going around. And we have a really, really good thing. Just to squander it for just something that doesn't, it's not going to be even useful in 5 years. It's just absurd. You're sacrificing our water, the thing that all of us are made of and that we need every single day. It's like our gasoline. Water just runs everything. And to disregard that is to disregard the entire community. And I think it's really important that y'all think about where your water is actually coming from. Are you drinking from a water bottle every single day? Carry it into your house every single day from somewhere else, from Fiji? Where does their water come from?
I'm sorry, sir, that's your drinking. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Saunders,
Saunders? There's Saunders.
Saunders,
Hello. Sorry. Where do I go, right here? There we go. I'm here to speak against the data center, as I'm sure one of the people are here. The short of it, as many people have said, is that we don't have the water. And it's really discouraging for me to see this, this is a business, but treat water like money, like currency, like it's something made up, you know? The economy functions because we all believe that this money it has value. Because it's made up in that way, we can just find more money, make more money somehow. But with water, it's not that way, you know? We can acquire money, we can acquire tax benefits from the data center or whatever it is we're getting. But once you spend this water, you are never getting it back. And you cannot just find alternative revenue sources for water. Because at some point, you start picking at every little place in the state of Texas and all of the wells start going down. And then what's your emergency plan? As the utility district, what's your emergency plan when we hit like day zero on the stuff? At what point do you cut them off? That's something I failed to see in the agreement. At what point they would be cut off from their 0.5 million gallons a day, or so, you know, 1 million gallons every 2 days, or 182 million gallons a year. Why are we even talking about this? You know, it doesn't make sense. The math does not make sense. And I know that everybody's very excited that, ooh, we're in stage 3 drought. Once again, we're no longer in stage 4 because we got a little bit of rain. This is Texas. That rain is going to stop. The aquifer is going to start dropping again. And we are now entering whatever dry phase is coming already in stage 3. Do you think it's going to rain again before March next year, like this past year? What's it going to look like February next year when it hasn't rained in 8 months? And you are promising these people 500,000 gallons of water every single day. You've got a little bit of water,
and it's nice and you want to spend it, but to me, it kind of seems like a kid who got $20 from their parents and immediately wants to go throw it on the next new shiny thing. Water doesn't work that way. You're going to spend it and it's going to be gone. So, thank you. Sir.
Joan Rand has a question.
Yeah, I didn't, come prepared or anything, just found about the meeting last night, but I am concerned and I really hope you take it upon your hearts and think about holding off on this. A lot of wells have gone dry, old wells in the last 5-10 years, and hopefully I'm gonna keep into that, we're gonna keep on getting some rain like we are this year. Cause we got a long way to go before we're out of trouble. 500,000 gallons of water a day, when everyone that you're servicing now is 1.5, 33% increase. I don't see that we have it now. I really hope you do your homework. I really hope you question. I'm thrilled if it's true that Aaron Brockovich is getting involved in this stuff for the country. I think you're gonna need to put some speakers out here for the people in the hallway and give us some more parking, maybe open your gates, because I haven't been in Texas my whole life, but I've been here longer than I've been anywhere else. I don't use a lot of water. I'm very, I try to be a good steward of the land, and the people that have been raising this for generations with their cattle, and it's a way of life worth preserving. I'm not going to say, I don't know what a data center would do for school, but kids can't even count change anymore. So, maybe we need to stop, slow down, and really think about it, because when we're out of water, we're out of life. And everybody, thank you for what you had prepared.
Elizabeth? Imbuck?
Elizabeth.
I'll get her.
Or did you go? Yes, I see.
Yeah. Hi, sorry.
Hello. Hi.
Watching babies outside.
Oh, okay.
Hi, board members, thank you for having us. My name is Elizabeth Emerson. Myself, along with my husband and our 2 sons, call San Marcos. I'm sorry, just sprinkled in here. We're 7th, 8th, and 9th generation Texans, and we love this community, the land, and that's why we're here this afternoon. I'd like to offer a Native American proverb that says, when the last tree has been cut down, the last fish caught, the last river poisoned and run dry, when to breathe the air is sickening, only then will you realize too late that wealth is not in bank accounts and that you cannot eat money. This issue transcends every dividing line. We all need clean water to survive. The San Marcos area has the distinct honor of being the most continuously inhabited part of North America. And when we go to the river, it's clear to see why. Our beautiful water has provided so much for so many thousands of years. Are you going to let that change in just a single or a few generations under your mismanagement? Are you going to let investors that do not even call this place home come to rape and pillage our magnificent resources solely for their own personal profit? Your customers and citizens are saying no. Will you listen? Let's see. Will you use your voice to be the voice of your people? Or will you use your voice to champion the land that you have been tasked with protecting? Or will you be bought, paid for, and be a traitor to your people and your land? Thank you.
Now, picture. I'm gonna wait till I'm more. Is there? Bobby Levinsky?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, sir.
My name is Bobby Levinsky. I'm an attorney with Save Our Twin Alliance. I'm representing several members that are customers of the Crystal Clear Service Utility District, many of which live next to these data center sites. I'm really not even clear about what the item you're voting on is. It's kind of vaguely worded on your agenda. It just says update, discussion, possible action, and then some letters, and then the Palomino Alpha LLC. So it's not clear what action the board is going to be taking today. I think when you kind of dig through the hundreds of pages of backup materials, there's a bunch of documents in there. One of them is a memorandum which describes this as a 500,000 gallons per day item. Sorry, a 500,000 gallon per day usage for this particular site. And that's a lot of water. When you're talking about what the existing Crystal Clear supply is, when I was looking at what your metered supply was for April, that's about a third of what you're already metering to your customers. That's a substantial increase in water. And I know that you mentioned that this meeting was rescheduled based off of some quorum issues. I want to acknowledge that many of the people in the room are volunteers as well. They're not here to be paid either. They're coming to these meetings because they care so much. They care about their community. And I think you have to know that it looks bad to reschedule the meeting on an irregular day at an irregular time. And then have this item that people have been talking about to you for the last year pop up on the agenda. At a minimum, that looks really bad. I just would encourage you to please take some time on this. We've also been coming to you, asking you to amend your tariff, to look at your rules, to amend your rules so that way you can be protective of what's coming with these data centers. It's not just this individual one. It's a general trend that's happening across the entire state, and every water utility district that is across Texas is having the same conversation. And all of us are looking to the same exact water supplies to augment our future water. I've been involved in the water space now for 10 to 20 years with SOS and in my other roles when I worked at the Office of City Council. Every single community is struggling with water. And we were struggling with water before this data center conversation became a conversation. If we're looking at things like desal of the coast, we're destroying communities on the eastern coast of Texas. We should be talking with one another and coming up with strategies that make sense for our existing water supplies. A lot of our conservation efforts are going out the window overnight with approval of one of these data centers. When we're talking about low flow toilets, like think about like how much of that was like a campaign to get people to reduce just how much they're flushing each time. That goes out the window with these data centers. It's an irresponsible use of water, and I think you should really ask yourself whether this is a reasonable.
Bobby, sorry about that. So that got me. Boy, that's man. Oh, okay. Matt Garrison.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Hi.
Good evening, whatever. Most of you know me. I'm not new here anymore, but I've been in this area less than a year. It's important because I came here from California. And while living there, I watched gas prices in California jump from $3 a gallon at the lowest point to over $6 a gallon. And I said, why doesn't the government in California step in as the watchdog agency on the price gouging and intervene? What occurred to me that California gets tax revenue based on the dollar amount of the resource that was being sold. The more people paid, the more taxes they could charge. So it was not in their best interest to actually be the watchdog they were supposed to be. So that's kind of messed up when you think about it, but when we're looking at 500,000 gallons of water a day, I'm not an economics major, but they had economics in school. And one of the things I learned was supply and demand. And the less supply, the more you can demand for the resource. I would like to think that as a not-for-profit organization, Crystal Clear isn't going to be benefiting financially from the increase of sale of water that they don't have currently, but may be trying to get. But irregardless, it's going to affect my bottom line and my cost of living. The more water you sell, the higher the market price has to become. Because you have to get it from somewhere and outsource it, and it costs money. To the gentleman who talked about AI coming and it being wonderful, I did a Google search while I was standing here, and at the bottom of the first thing, the AI result that pops up, it says AI makes mistakes. Please check your answers. Lastly, well, not lastly, a wise man once said, when you're in a hole, the first thing you should do is stop digging. Well, we're in a hole, we need to stop digging. I saw Terminator, the robots win. More importantly, 1984 was not a roadmap. It was a warning. We need to pay attention to how much control we allow AI. For people to sit here and say it's a wonderful thing, it may be a useful tool, but it can also be extremely dangerous. I yield.
Jennifer Lindsay.
I'd like to speak as the agenda as well. I'd like that man who supports the data centers to come and purchase a house near it. There are some properties for sale. It looks like he left already. There's some properties for sale out there. Come and be our neighbor out there, see what it's like. I'm so tired of mostly men telling us this is happening. There's nothing to do about it. Get on board, get left behind. No. We're all here to tell you no, we don't want AI and we don't need it. This vision of AI solving everything, it's a lie. It's an out and out lie. If we humans can't solve it, how is AI going to solve it? It's the wealthy, or soon to be wealthy, trying to pit us working class against each other. Allowing this agreement to be voted through will benefit a few, leave the rest of us, including every single one of you sitting at this table, dealing with the devastating consequences, like no water coming out of your tap. Thank you.
Kara. By Basin?
Finlayson.
Finlayson, okay, sorry about that. And
It's
kids.
spelled Finlayson. It looks like Finlayson. You call Finlayson, like I'm gonna give you a lesson on how to be a Fin.
Finlayson.
I'm Kara Finlayson. I am a coordinator with Soul School Homeschooling Co-op. I've been here, this is my third time. Thanks for having me again. I'm really glad to be here, guys. I'm really glad to be here because here's your community. This is the community that y'all want to serve. I know you do. And I heard someone talking about human limitations, and I really appreciated that because I think that's the thing that we forget about in this society is that we are human beings with human bodies. And we are really caught up in what we want versus what we need. So I'm here to be the mom and say what we need is rest, clean water, good food. Okay? Yeah, we all like those, right? Okay. AI, for one, is going to distract us from those things. You want to serve your community. You need to serve your community. This data center is a distraction from that commitment that y'all made. I see that you made the commitment. I know you want to honor your commitment. That data center is a distraction. It's a shiny distraction that will consume all of our resources. It's going to take 500,000 gallons of water a day. It's going to consume that water and then poop it out into your creek, except it's not going to be organic waste. It's going to be forever chemicals
that then pollute everything along York Creek and then flow right into the beautiful San Marcos River. I mean, you're buying water to ruin the water that we don't even have. I don't understand, really, I don't understand why. It's hard for y'all to say no, except that maybe you are afraid of those companies. And if you are, I would remind y'all of the prayer that you spoke at the beginning. If God is on your side, you don't have to worry about that. You take the right step and you keep taking the right steps and it will all work out. I promise. It's just the truth. So let's start believing the truth. Also, I'm so sorry, but I have to include this. Technology in education is ruining education. Humans need humans to teach humans. If you want our humans to be smarter, we don't put them in front of a screen. My kids get 45 minutes of screen time a day and it still ruins them. And now they're putting so many screens in school, it's multiple hours of addictive technology, more addictive than cocaine and sugar. We don't allow our kids to have that, so I'm just gonna say that. Okay.
Thank you, thank you. Is it Richard Bucks?
Ranger Baggers. I can wait.
Oh, yes. Sam Law.
Hello, thanks for being here, taking time off to serve your district, and thanks for listening to the concerns of everyone here. My name is Sam Law. I'm a researcher with a PhD studying the impacts of AI development on rural communities. And I didn't really have time to read through the whole agreement, but I have some sort of serious concerns and encourage you to vote no or to postpone any decisions until significant rethinking and planning be done. We know that we're in a drought. We're in a stage 3 drought. According to your own 2024 drought contingency plan, that's a severe water shortage, right? And that means that your existing customers have to reduce their water usage. But it's in this context that you have multiple non-standard agreements coming on the table, right? So there's this one that's very noticeable because it's 500,000 gallons a day, which is approximately like, I don't know the exact numbers, like a fourth to a third of the daily usage. So it's a very significant water user, but there's other serious demands coming. And I saw one study in this agreement, but it was just an engineering study about the pumps and the pipes and how they're going to do that. It wasn't a study about long-term water capacity and availability. So I think that any such agreement should take into account all these different agreements and do some forecasting outside. And it should be an independent, well-done study about whether this is a realistic commitment, because you do have a fiduciary responsibility to your existing customers, your ratepayers. So before you take on new customers, you should think about what the long-term effects are going to be. Along this line of fiduciary responsibility, studying a lot of different data center developers across Texas and in the Appalachia Basin, I see a lot of common themes. And one is that they operate in secrecy and they move very fast. They put a lot of pressure. They want to be the first to power up, to have the electrified shell. But the secrecy should raise a lot of problems, right? If you were a bank giving these people a loan or like entering into a major business deal, which you're doing, you'd want to know some of the basic things, like who is their tenant, right? Do they really have someone who's going to rent this place? We know that there's like data centers built by Meta and Amazon that will continue to be able to pay for the future. This data center it's unclear who the capital behind it is. There's some person in Austin, an office park listed somewhere. There's no assurance that it's going to continue. We don't know about their like financing. Any of these details are not in the agreement. And I think that to be sure that it's going to continue, that would be a good thing to know. I also see that there's a water acquisition fee that's done in stages, but if the business falls apart and you acquire the water, you're going to be on the hook. So I think you should put all of that fee front loaded. So I think you should vote no, reconsider, go back to the drawing board and listen to the concerns of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Dennis Time.
Thank you. You know, I'm glad you heard that I was here. I love seeing you. I know I missed it before.
I know you're back
there.
there.
I should shut up. Thank you very much, Mike. I'm glad he showed up in Kingsbury at a commissioners meeting at such a small town. Glad to see Ronnie Clark here today, but he left. I hope I did not misinform him that this is available online.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, y'all have a great day. God granted all authority. Please use it well. Thank you.
It's always great to see you, Dennis.
I'm not mentioning your name. You're not running for office.
I'm not, and I'm not gonna ever be elected. Giraffe.
And you too.
Oh, no, that was there. Beard's looking good, Santa.
Oh, you again? Thank you. You just trying to use up my 3 minutes. Somebody else wants to speak. Thank you.
Tyler Hull. Oh, hello.
Hey there.
Hi.
Hi, I'm Tyler. I live over on Dry Rot. Did not know this meeting was happening until I was in Bastrop at about 2:15. So I got here as fast as I could. I don't know too much about the business itself, the Paloma business, or what they're trying to get. I don't agree right now. There's not enough information out there about these data centers to justify putting them out and saying everything will be okay. Water's an issue, pollution's an issue, our health is an issue. That just needs to be looked at. If this does happen, don't let it happen right now. Let it happen further down the road when we have enough studies done. And that's all I got to say.
Hey, thank you. Thank you. Is Carmen Garcia here yet?
Yeah, I believe they. Ms. Garcia?
Sorry, silent space.
That's fine. I feel that there's other topics being mentioned. And we're more here towards our experience with Crystal Clear and not the data.
What we could do is, if you want to just wait a little bit, we'll finish with the regular 3 minutes and that way we can.
Okay.
100%.
Yes.
All right, very well. Thank you very much.
3 minutes.
Yes, probably will.
Okay, that is all I have for the regular, but I know that some people are gonna come back and talk. Oh, yes, sir. Did you want to go?
I'll jump in on the regular.
Okay. Let me get your name really quick. Hold on one second. Your name, sir?
Joel Slovacek.
Oh, goodness, you're gonna have to tell me that last one.
He's on the first page.
Oh, you.
In a good handwriting.
Oh, it's. Oh, okay, yes, I see. Okay, yes, okay, go ahead. Sorry about that, sorry.
I'm just kind of here to talk about infrastructure a little bit. So I moved to San Marcos 20 years ago. I'm a state resident now, so I've been here the whole time. I'm an unpaid community member in support of data centers. And I think we all remember in 2020, the big freeze and the whole state lost power. Well, that's because our power generation is privatized and for profit, and all the homes we're building across the state using that resources do not provide enough tax income to upgrade our power generation. They're 20 years old, 40 years old, 70 years old. San Marcos gets a ton of this power. I mean, if they get power plant, it's a cold burning plant using 5 billion gallons a year, dumping coke in the Colorado River. Marion Valley, same thing. You go drive 15 minutes that way and see steam a mile and a half high, also dumping toxic waste. My experience, data centers are coming in and providing money to update that infrastructure to air-cooled systems, power generation plants that are using much less water. And we need that infrastructure help here. It's not coming from Katie's homes and our homes. I know we all have, we love rolling farmlands, but those farmlands, we have built box houses on them. Filling up our schools with less tax revenue. So that's my thoughts on it.
Okay, thanks, sir. Appreciate it.
Can I actually speak on both parts? I signed up already.
Yes, remind me your name?
Fred Martin.
Yes, I know you're, yeah, go ahead, I'll find it.
Yeah, I'm here as I guess I'll sit down. No, I'll come over here. As a concerned, customer at Crystal Clear for 26 years. Jumped in my phone. Sorry. I don't come in here, I've had a lot going on, but, I mean, I couldn't imagine not coming here, because the only way I could possibly live with myself after this is knowing I've done everything in my power, in my body, to protect my home and my land and the animals, and I just try so hard not to get emotional, but these are such emotional issues. And this is my home at stake, and my neighbors that I care so greatly for. And I've said this during city council meetings, fighting for my life is, and not in this situation, but that man trying to pitch that data center is working really hard to get rich, and I'm fighting really hard to stay poor. I could have sold out, but I wouldn't. And I also think about my neighbors, and I think about the people that didn't think about their neighbors when they put their land up for sale. But I know this meeting isn't about morals, and this isn't a city council meeting where we're trying to appease to that. This is about water. And I'm gonna beg you to listen to what Abigail said of postponing this, and they've done a lot of the research and facts. And mine is mainly based on, I live on York Creek Road, and my neighbor had 4 cattle die in 4 weeks. They don't have a pond. They drink out of the creek, and this running off into the creek is a concern. And she's called me, and Linda Torres has come to these meetings before, and those are the same creek that my horses sometimes go in. We have a pond. But also another thing about retention ponds for these things is all the toxic chemicals that go into those. Because you ever had a water leak in your house? I have one today. I've had one all week. It happens. They're going to tell you they're not going to leak. They're going to leak. And it goes outside and it goes into their ponds, and all the wildlife takes them from those ponds to my ponds that I swim in and that my horses drink out of. The irony of it being named Palomino, and every horse on my property came from our Palomino stud horse, is just offensive. That yeah, we like our rolling farmlands, and they're not making any more of that, sir. I can say that I've been on the right side of history, and they are fighting this battle everywhere. And I agree with everything that everyone in this room has said, except for 2 people. And I mean, this is about water, and this isn't about morals, so I'm not really going to try to appease to that with y'all. I'm upset. Thank you for being here. I didn't know y'all were volunteers. But you know why we're here this late. You understand why. You know, these topics are huge. And I do fully believe that this will, if you keep postponing this, and also if they put a moratorium on them, we're not going to have them in Texas right now. They are coming here, and they are taking advantage of Texas, because Texas is the last free-for-all state. I love being Texan. I didn't buy my belt buckle. I want it. And being Texas is a huge part of my identity, and I will fight so hard for this place. So thank you so much to these community members for coming out here, because it'd be super more depressing if I had to be here by myself.
Okay, then, those of y'all who wish to come back and speak on that and install, I'm gonna mark your name now, but if I miss anybody, I'll call everybody again, like, just in case. All right, so we are going to go ahead and go into item 3A, right?
Here we go. She's already.
Oh, do you want to see us?
Yeah, I think it's back to regular thing.
I'll get your feet on.
So you go to that? Oh, okay, sorry. Did you sign up, ma'am?
I signed in, but I said I wasn't gonna speak.
Oh, sure, what was your name, just so I can mark it down?
My name's Dana Newberg.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know everybody here, but I've been, I was born in Comal County. My last name used to be Harvard. I am an old-time resident from here. I remember when it was just agricultural lands and we didn't have little lot houses everywhere. And I like the rolling lands, and I intend to keep the acreage that I own in that capacity as long as I'm alive. And I hope my son continues that, and I hope my brother and his family continue that. We want to be an agricultural community and an agricultural family. And as far as water goes, we don't have, I lost 2 cows this year because the tanks got so dry they had to wade in and get stuck in the mud. That happens. We don't have water. My grass wasn't growing. I was buying hay. That's not unusual. But there's not enough water around. And we need it. I lost trees this year because there wasn't enough water around. The water needs to be there for the people and for the agricultural issues that are out there. We are historically an agricultural community. You put a heat bubble around here that can go as far as 6 miles around. If I have cows start dying from that, I'm going to be suing the data center. I mean, why not? You know, they're the ones that are responsible for it. That's not going to help the county. If everyone in the 6 mile radius that has a miscarriage, has cows with the miscarriages, wildfires are gonna start more often. We get 105 degrees here every year. You wanna crank it up 20 more degrees? The Toronto Volunteer Fire Department is gonna be really, really busy. And they're volunteers like y'all. So are all the other ones around here. It won't be a good thing for our community. I don't think we need a data center. Let someone else have the data center. Let it be in some other county. Let it damage their property values. And I don't see any need for it here. And I feel like we elected you guys to be our stewards in protecting our water. And I would appreciate a vote to not supply a data center with water that I personally need. Thank you.
Do you think a break would be appropriate, right now before we keep going? Anybody need to go to the restroom? Yeah, okay.
Ms. Garcia, you could come on back. Ms. Garcia? You, or Angelica, either one.
You wanna maybe sit over here, if you want, it's a little more comfortable perhaps?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
If y'all don't mind, I'm gonna read my mom, Carmen Garcia's statement. I'm Angelica Garcia.
Hello.
You're gonna have to excuse me, I'm a little nervous.
Don't be nervous.
Okay. I know you guys are gathered here for the data center. We're gonna talk more about our experience with Crystal here. So good afternoon, members of the board. And this is on her point of view, so, my name is Carmen Garcia, and I am the current property owner of 4409 Central Point. With me this evening is my daughter, Angelica Garcia, who resides on the property and has been directly involved in many of the events that we're about to discuss. Because English is her second language, I'm gonna say the statement. Before I begin, I would like the board to keep one important fact in mind. Every situation and encounter that I am about to discuss involve processes that my family and I were experiencing for the very first time. We were first-time home buyers in the area with no prior knowledge of utility service transfers or any requirements involved. We relied heavily on the guidance and information provided by the professionals we interacted with. Because of that, clear communications, patience, and customer service were very important to us. Had we been given complete and accurate information from the beginning, many of the frustrations, delays, hardships of my family experience could have been avoided. We are here today to share our experience, not only as customers, but homeowners who repeatedly struggle to receive fair treatment and reasonable customer service from a utility provider that serves our community. Our relationship with Crystal Clear began on October 22nd, 2022, the day that we purchased our land. We came to the office to transfer services into our name. Like any new homeowner, we arrived prepared. I brought all of the paperwork provided to me at closing, expecting what I thought would be a straightforward process. Instead, I was told by Crystal Clear that they could not help us because they needed a deed. The staff briefly looked at all of my documents and turned me away. At that moment, I was confused and frustrated. I did not fully understand what specific document they were requesting at the time. I stepped out, feeling hopeless, worried, and unsure of what to do next, because all I was thinking was about how am I going to connect this one. I immediately contacted the Independence Title Company that handled my closing. They reviewed the documents and assured me that I had everything necessary for them to connect our utilities. As we tried to understand the issue, they requested to speak to Crystal Clear staff. I returned into the office and handed my phone to the representative. After the conversation, the title company informed me that they did not understand why we were being denied service because the same documents that they had sent were the documents that I had brought to the office. Eventually, after further review, I was told that my husband needed to physically be present because his name was also on the deed. At that point, I called my husband, asked him to leave work, come to the office. It was explained to me that it was crystal clear policy and procedure that he could not come back at a later time to sign his portions of the documents. We understood and respected their policy. However, had that information been clearly communicated to me from the beginning, I could have called my husband immediately and avoided hours of confusion, multiple trips, and unnecessary delays. Instead, we spent valuable time trying to resolve an issue that could have been addressed from the start with clear communication. Once my husband arrived, Crystal Clear accepted our $400 deposit and had assigned all the necessary paperwork to begin service. What remains with me from that day is not the paperwork or the deposit. It's the feeling of being dismissed when I was simply trying to establish water service for my family. As a new homeowner in the area, I was looking for guidance and assistance. Instead, I felt that I was treated as an inconvenience rather than a customer. Our second encounter with Crystal Clear occurred February 27, 2024. By this time, I had already experienced the challenges of my first interaction and honestly did not expect much guidance. I was moving forward with the construction of a duplex on my property, now known as 4411 and 4413 Center Point Road. My primary goal was simply to do whatever was required to get our water service established and for my construction to continue. On February 27, 2024, I paid $850 for a feasibility study. Shortly after, I was instructed to return to pay an additional $24,080 for installation of 2 water meters, which I paid on March 25th, 2024. At that time, I made the payment. I informed Crystal Clear that the duplexes were still under construction, no one was living in the homes, and there were no mailboxes established to receive correspondence. I asked that all bills, notices, and communication related to those accounts be sent to my existing address at 4409 Central Point. I was assured that all contact and written correspondence would directly come to me, and there was nothing further that I had to do. As construction progressed, my contractors began requesting water hookups. Confident that everything had been taken care of, I advised them that the water service should already be available. To my surprise, I received a call informing me that there was no water and the meters had been locked. This brings us to February 25th, 2025. I was informed that the water service had been disconnected due to non-payment. I imagine my surprise and confusion. The homes were still under construction, no one was living there, and I had never received a bill, late notice, disconnect notice, phone call, email, or any communication indicating that there was an issue with the accounts. I asked, how can this happen? When I had specifically requested that all correspondence be sent to my address and had been assured that it would be. Crystal Clear staff and I went back and forth for quite some time. I was not refusing to pay what they said was owed. I simply wanted to understand what I was being asked to pay. I requested copies of bills, notices, account statements, or any documentation that would explain how the charges had accumulated and why service had been disconnected. I was told that they could not provide me with anything, even after I was told that they had sent out letters and they were sent back to sender. How does this even happen? As a property owner who had paid nearly $25,000 for water meters and followed the instructions I had been given, I found myself standing there with no answers, no documentation, and no explanation. I became overwhelmed and emotional. Out of frustration, anger, and the need to keep my construction project moving forward, I paid the amount demanded cash so the service could be restored. That day taught me a difficult lesson. I learned that I could not simply rely on the assurances I had been given. From that point forward, I felt compelled to constantly monitor the accounts myself, repeatedly checking to make sure payments were current and service remained active because I no longer had the confidence that I would receive notice before another shut off. No customer should have to live with that level of uncertainty after doing everything they were instructed to do. I would also like to acknowledge that during the first board meeting regarding this matter, Joseph became involved and helped us obtain documentation explaining the charges we had paid that day. I appreciate his efforts because up until that point, despite our requests, I had been unable to obtain anything in writing that would help me understand the charges or the basis for the payment I was being asked to make. His involvement demonstrated that the information did exist. And that it took elevating the matter to the board meeting before I was finally able to receive an explanation. Our third encounter with Crystal Clear occurred earlier this year, but I would like to provide some background to that. At some point, I received an email from Crystal Clear requesting that I complete paperwork for a study because they had observed new dwellings on my property. At the time, I did not fully understand what they were requesting. I mistakenly believed it might be related to a previous communications regarding a mobile home on my property and possible findings that had been mentioned. By this time, my daughter and Helica had moved into 4411 Central Point. And because I was so confused by the request, I asked for her assistance in understanding the email and helping me communicate with Crystal Clear. On January 8th, 2026, Angelica called Crystal Clear and spoke to Nancy Bells. During that conversation, they discussed both the existing and proposed dwellings on the property. At that time, we were not expecting anyone to move into the additional dwellings until later much this year. Nancy provided the information she could and advised us that once we had confirmed move-in timelines, we should come into the office and begin the process for any studies or additional water requests that might be required. We appreciated that guidance and followed those instructions. Fast forward to March 2026. Unfortunately, neither my daughter nor I can recall the exact date because what happened that day was upsetting and emotionally overwhelming. Angelica and I went to Crystal Clear office to inform staff that we were ready to move forward with the study process and begin discussing the installation of 2 additional water meters. The employee who initially assisted us was polite and appeared genuinely interested in helping us. However, she also seemed a little unsure about the situation. We explained that we had previously communicated with Crystal Clear by email and spoken with someone regarding our plans. The employee stepped into the back office to seek assistance. A few moments later, another woman emerged and immediately asked in a raised, angry voice, "Who have I been dealing with?" Both Angelica and I, and I'm sorry, I'm going to get a little emotional because I'm reliving it all over again. Who have I been dealing with? Both Angelica and I were caught off guard by the tone, and the manner of which the question was asked. I responded, "That would be me." The woman then immediately asked, "Why are you lying to me?" We looked at one another in complete shock and confusion. Neither of us understood what was being talked about. I responded, "Excuse me?" The woman continued stating that she knew for a fact that we were being dishonest and claimed that the dwellings had already been connected to a water source. At that point, I became upset. I felt she was lying. She was unfairly accusing my daughter of lying. I stepped into the conversation and explained that no one was being dishonest and asked what evidence she was referring to. Before I could fully explain, she interrupted and stated in a sarcastic and very angry tone, "I have pictures." I responded by asking her to show us the pictures. She returned in a short time with photographs of our property. The photographs focused on a structure located near the roadway. The structure was a shed that we had begun remodeling into for a future tiny home. The photographs themselves clearly show that the structure was not connected to any water source. We attempted to explain this, but we felt that our explanations were not being heard. Each time we tried to answer her concerns, we were interrupted and lectured. What troubled us the most was not the disagreement itself, but the way we were treated throughout the conversation. Her tone and the repeated accusations made me feel as though I was being dishonest, as though we were trying to get away with something wrong that we did wrong, or as we were being scolded like children, rather than spoken to as customers seeking guidance. At what point, she challenged us by saying, "You told us no one would be living there until the end of the year." We explained, yes, that had been our original plan. However, circumstances had changed and we're doing exactly what we were instructed to do. We came into the office as soon as we were ready to move forward with the process. We're not hiding anything and we're not trying to bypass any requirements. We were following the guidance that had been provided to us and seeking assistance for the next step. Instead of feeling helped, we felt accused. Rather than having a conversation about what was needed, moving forward, the interaction felt focused on proving that we had done something wrong, when to our knowledge, we had not violated any rules or had connected any dwellings to the water service. At one point, she stated, "Why would you invest money into fixing up homes if I haven't told you you can have another meter? What happens if you get denied and can't get meters? What happens to your investment then?" To us, those comments felt inappropriate and unrelated to the reason why we were here. We were not asking Crystal Clear to approve our financial decisions. We were simply trying to follow the process that had been explained to us. As property owners, we understand that we are responsible for the risks associated with improving our property. Our concern was not whether Crystal Clear approved of our investments. Our concern was being treated with respect while seeking information and guidance for the water meters. Throughout the interaction, we felt accused, interrupted, and spoken to in a manner that was unnecessary. Eventually, it became clear that the conversation was no longer productive. We asked the woman for her name so that we can document who we had spoken with. She refused to identify herself and walked away. After she walked away, my daughter and I were left with the original risk representative who initially had been helping us. We asked her what the issue was and explained to her what our purpose was. She gave us the paperwork and instructed us to complete it. However, she informed us that she could not collect any payment from us that day because Crystal Clear was unsure of what amount we should be charged. This was confusing because we had previously been told that the study would be $600. Once again, we left with uncertainty, conflicting information, and no clear understanding of what the process or cost would ultimately be. I would also like to note something that occurred while we were sitting in the office completing the paperwork. An older gentleman entered the office seeking assistance regarding charges that had been deducted through his automatic payments. He appeared confused and was trying to understand, and he believed he was owed money. The same employee who had just confronted my daughter and I came out to assist him. From where we were seated, we observed what appeared to be a tense interaction. Rather than helping him understand the situation, she spoke to him in a raised and dismissive manner, repeatedly telling him nothing was owed. The gentleman appeared frustrated and confused as he attempted to ask questions. After several minutes, the interaction ended with her handing him a piece of paper containing an email address and directing him to submit his complaint through that channel. As my daughter and I watched this interaction unfold, it reinforced the concerns we already had. We realized that the treatment we had received today did not appear to be an isolated incident. It was difficult to watch another customer leave the office looking just as confused and frustrated as we were. The moment stayed with us because customer service is not just about policies and procedures. It's about treating people with patience, dignity, and respect, especially when they're confused and simply trying to understand their accounts or comply with requirements. Unfortunately, that was not what we witnessed that day. We left the office that day feeling humiliated, frustrated, and useless. We had entered the office seeking guidance and hoping to work with Mr. Clear. Instead, we left feeling as though we had been treated as dishonest individuals despite making every effort to follow the instructions. That encounter remains one of the most upsetting interactions my family has had with Mr. Clear, because it was no longer about water service. It was about being treated with basic courtesy, respect. There's so much more to that. After witnessing that with my mom, I went home, kind of let a little bit of anger out, and I wrote a very detailed email to the letter that we also received, blank paper with an email address, Angela. I'm not sure if she's here today. And I wrote down what I personally experienced, that encounter, and I sent it to her, but deep down, I was like, they're not going to respond. I need someone to really help us. And I went back and I attached every board member I can find online. 2 of them responded. Joseph, I have not met you in person.
Thank you, Joseph.
I'm not sure if he's here today. Joseph, nice to meet you, Joseph. You're a blessing.
You made us feel like we have a voice, because the way that was what she just said was just one that she witnessed. But I had several other visits where I was treated worse
if she would have been with me, probably she would kill somebody. But that one, that one opportunity that she was present, then she believed me. Maybe before she thought, oh, mom is exaggerating.
I did think my mom was just exaggerating what was happening. But I witnessed it myself. And I know what I spoke with Nancy. I don't know if she was the one that came out from the back office. I assume it was because she said, who have I been dealing with? But she did not give me her name. After that encounter, do I still have time? Could I read what okay.
Yes.
This is the email that I attached all the board members to. To whom it may concern, I am writing to formally request clarification because at this point, we have no clarification.
We have no voice. We're no humans. We've been treated like animals, like you're nothing. Just give me your money. No information, no nothing.
I am writing to formally request clarification and to document concerns regarding my recent interaction with your office related to the installation of 2 additional water meters at my property. On March 18, 2026, I appeared in person at your office and submitted check number 10, or the check number for the meters. What we believed was the meters. But it turned out that it was for the visibility report. On March, so I explained that on the email, what I just read to you guys. On March 24, 2026, I was contacted via email by Rylan Cruz and provided with a map for the purpose of marking the proposed meter locations, which I completed and returned. On April 1st, 2026, I followed up via email requesting a project timeline for installation and was advised that no timeline was available. Due to the lack of clarity, I returned to your office in person, at which time I was informed for the first time that the payment I made was not for the meters, but for the study that had not been initiated. I was further advised that the cost per water meter would be $50,000 per meter. This material information had not been disclosed to me prior to that time of payment, despite my efforts to understand the process. Upon learning this, I immediately expressed that I would be unable to proceed under such terms and requested the refund of the study, given that the study was never performed. My request was denied without explanation, and I was directed to submit my concerns via email. In addition, I felt it was unnecessary. I feel that it's necessary to formally document ongoing concerns regarding the conduct of certain staff and recent actions taken at my property. I discussed the rude employee that was
the way that they speak to us, the way that they don't give you answers. They don't even look at us. They're just doing this over here and that's it. Whatever they say, that's it. Whenever they said 50,000 each meter, I said, excuse me? I said, I built a duplex and I paid 25 for both of them. How come now it's 50 each? Silence. And this lady was like literally, I really thought that she was retaliating against me because I've been here a lot of times and questioning stuff. So she was not interested in giving me any answers. So when I saw her attitude, and I said, could I speak with your supervisor? No, just like that. And to me, it's like, excuse me? I can't speak with the supervisor? No. 50,000 each. Can you afford it? That did it. That did it. And yes, I cursed at her. And I told her how her words were making me feel. And then I told her, if you don't want to deal with me, then you talk to somebody. She didn't get nobody. She just ignored me. So at that time, I started walking out
when I told her, that's when I decided I'm not gonna put up with these people anymore. Then I walked out, but I was feeling like, what do I do? Who do I talk to? The people here, none of them listen, they don't care. That's why I say thank you. First, thank you to my daughter, that thanks to that experience that she had, she got mad and she got the courage to send that email asking all the questions that we had. And then involved all of you that I didn't even know existed. So I guess it's a good thing now that I know that we're not alone. So thank you all. Thank you, Joseph. At first I was kind of concerned when Angelica told me, Mom, we can do something. Because I was already giving up. At first I said, get a lawyer, this is not right. We cannot be treated like this. And those prices cannot be right. We have not enough money to get a lawyer, but we just need it to be heard. It's not about us getting money, it's we wanted somebody to hear our side of a story. So then when my daughter said, Mom, I sent the email and I told her, you're just wasting your time. They're just gonna ignore them like all the other times. And then one day passed, and then another one that she said, Mom, I got the whole board. I didn't even know what that meant. I said, what is that? And then she explained to me. I said, oh, they're all on the same team. They're just gonna wanna get you to say something to then, then I didn't believe something was gonna happen. And then I was seeing the emails going back and forward, knowing deep inside of me that nothing was gonna happen. That they were just gonna play with her like they've been playing with me. But then I saw an email and I told her, she said, Mom, let's go talk to this person. I said, what am I gonna do? They're not gonna understand me. And then she said, somebody speaks Spanish. I saw that and I said, huh, okay. So I started talking to him and now still not believing that he was gonna be on my side. I thought he was just gonna go along with him. But thankfully, I came to that one meeting where he introduced me to all these people, nice people that had made the time to listen to my story, to my bad experiences. And thanks to him, I finally got some answers of stuff that was never given to me. They just wanted money, but never, why am I getting charged that? Thank you for getting those answers. And all I want to say is thank you. And I'm going to start voting now that I know that there are some people out there that can be our backup and that we're not alone with savvy customer service. We need help with customer service. We need to be treated like humans.
So after that, I felt like my mom. I felt that retaliation was made. On April 9th, they sent out a technician to turn off, looking for our meters. I was on the phone with my mom at the time that he came, so I sent my daughter outside and I asked her, I was like, what is this man doing in our property? Go ask. She comes back and she said, oh, he's looking for the water meters. I assumed they were gonna do this study. So I kept talking to my mom. And I saw that he just kept wondering. And I was like, did he tell you what he wanted the meters for? She's like, no, I didn't ask. I was like, okay. So I hung up with my mom and I was like, hey, you know what? Let me go handle this. I go outside and he's like, I'm looking for your meters to disconnect your water. I was like, why are you gonna disconnect my water? And he's like, well, I have a notice. And I was like, excuse me? I was like, I didn't receive a notice. Why? I immediately I told my mom, hey, they're here to disconnect the water. I call Crystal Clear. I forgot who I spoke to, but I immediately told her, hey, I have a technician out here. He's trying to disconnect water. Why? Can you tell me why? She looked in the system and told me it's been a mistake. Ask his name. I did. She hung up with me and called him and stopped. But that day, he had someone
stop until we started screaming and we literally had to
get on his way to do the disconnected.
Well, he had someone on the phone that day. I'm assuming his supervisor. We asked him so many times to give us her name because she was, don't listen to them. Just go do it and turn off the water.
Just like that.
On speaker. I'm listening
Like
to him.
they're nobody. Just
And
disconnect them.
I was on the phone with Crystal Clear. I was like, you know what? I'm locking my gate. I'm not letting him in here. Oh, you can't do that. Oh, well, then I'm gonna call the police. Why are you guys harassing us this way? Well, you can't deny entrance to because the meters and I get that. But the lady was just, don't pay attention to what they're saying. Just do what I'm asking you to do. Just turn off the water. And finally, I think the office got in touch with him, and I know we were rude to him. And we apologized at the end, but he would not give us the name, and he just drove off. I called once I was calm, and I wanted to know why. Oh, it was just a mistake. That's all I got.
That's their answer all the time.
It was a mistake. I tried to help them. I said, well, I recently submitted a form to switch the water to my name. Could that be the reason why? It was just a mistake. Don't worry. I worry. That was that one issue. Another thing is the constant, and I don't mind, they're in the street. I started closing the gates just because my kids play outside.
You don't feel safe no more.
And they just randomly come and just start taking pictures. My mom and I, we've never closed our gates to crystal clear. We get you guys coming to our property constantly. Can you fill this water up? We need a sample. For what? Oh, we just need a sample. You can leave it outside. I'll pick it up tomorrow. Randomly, we've never closed our gates. If any of Crystal Clear's employees would have came to me and said, I need to inspect, which I think y'all did Monday, Michael. I need to inspect all your dwellings to make sure you're not connected to the meters. I would have gladly walked them to every dwelling on our property for them to inspect. We had that open communication. I don't understand where we went wrong. I don't understand. I just don't understand. I don't understand. After the first board meeting, I was not able to attend. My mom attended. She said Joseph helped her a lot. After that, we started seeing some responses. Michael got involved. Michael has been great. He's been communicating with us. We got some answers on money that was paid. He got us a meeting here. He sat us down, went over all of the pricings for our meters, everything that I feel that should have been done at the beginning. But he's been great as far as communication. Monday, we got an unexpected visit again. My mom was under the impression they were going to do a study or an inspection because of the new meters. But apparently they had to walk into every home, including my own, to inspect, to make sure that nothing was contaminating. Is that correct? I had so many questions. Why wasn't this done when those meters were installed? Why now? And they were more focused in my mom's house and our houses than the two that were just connected. One, they couldn't really look because they had no faucet handles, so they couldn't really inspect that. I'm still unclear. I know he took off and went, because I called him and I was very upset. I didn't know they were gonna come to my house. I didn't clean. I have clothes everywhere. But he took off and he tried to explain to me. Again, I was frustrated. I was angry. I don't think I understood half of what you were saying. But they were very patient with us. I still don't understand, Michael. That was the last interaction, but again, no written notice, no anything. I allowed them to go into our homes, just because you're there already, why not? But a little heads up would have been nice. There's more questions as to, my mom, she had her bills on automatic payments. And I think one drafted after hours or something, and she got charged a late fee. She came to the office when she received the disconnection notice. They didn't take a payment because they said, hey, you're in automatic payments. You already paid. She was charged a late fee. I have not had time to go back and look at all those bills to see how many late fees were charged while she was in auto draft. I don't know how that works, to be honest. I just know that we punch in our information and you guys draft it. I don't know what time you guys drafted, but that time it was late and she paid it. So I would like maybe some responses to that.
One of the main reasons why I put those payments in automatic, that is, it was because to avoid those late notice, late disconnection, whatever. And on top of now, after that, on top of me paying a certain amount for using the credit card to avoid the late fees, I'm still getting charged for the late fees. So that was something that I have planned on coming to the office and talk more about it to understand that. Because otherwise, what's the use of me having it in that and paying my extra fee for a credit card if I'm still getting charged for a late fee, right? A lot of stuff happened, gentlemen, ladies, and I'm here not because I want money back. I'm here because the experience that we went through.
I hope it changes for everyone else that is dealing with Mr. Clear. We come from a different county. There's different policies and procedures over there. We've never found it so difficult to deal with a utility company. We went to we were just so frustrated. We didn't want to deal with Crystal Clear. We wanted to get a well on our property. But thankfully, Michael started giving us the customer service that we needed and decided to just give Crystal Clear another chance. But I really do hope that all the changes Michael has talked to us about, that's going to be made with the personnel, that it goes through, because if that's happening to us and to people that we witnessed coming into your office, how many more people are struggling? How many people are paying fees that they may not have to be paying? It's something that I hope you guys take in consideration and put some policies going forward on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Appreciate y'all being here. Thank y'all very much. I know it's kind of stressful to talk in front of everybody and.
Yes, sorry we got emotional.
No, and we really do, the board does need to hear these type of things. Every one of us probably ran on this board because we were mad at the water company. I mean, that's why we're all here, is because of something like that. Now, I will say that we have changed management. We have changed our structure. We've changed our board complaint process. We have made a lot of changes to be able to get this stuff to the board quicker, and we acknowledge it. I mean, there are some times from years ago where this company was not nice to the customers. That's why we're here. So that's the main goal. That's our main goal, is to treat everyone with kindness and respect. And I appreciate y'all telling your story. Thank
And
y'all.
I'm glad that I was given the chance to see that. Because I really feel like, who do I talk to? Does anybody care? Look what's going on here. So knowing this, I feel safe. I feel like, okay, yes, if some reason something happens here, I know where to go now. Now, lady, I've never met Michael before, but since after that, the way that he's been acting, that's what I know customer service is supposed to be. And not only customer service, caring for a human being. That's what it is. Because how I was treated here with these ladies, they didn't treat us like humans. It's like they see people come in, it's like, oh. Sometimes I even have to, I come in, nobody in the front desk, I have to ring the bell twice to get somebody to help me. And then when they come to me, I'm pretty sure they're already pissed off because probably the break was over, I don't know. But it's not supposed to be like that. I mean, it's customer, I am self-employed and I know customer comes first. If you're having a bad time, stay home. Don't make somebody else's life more miserable by your attitude, you know?
And just the thing that no supervisor. All we see is just the front people, nobody behind the scene. Nobody that I could complain, hey, the lady's doing this, nobody. That's why I feel helpless, that's the word, helpless, like. That's why at the end, I just said, whenever she said, okay, you owe me 1,000 something. And I'm not gonna give you no proof of what you paid for, just give me the money if you want your water. So what am I gonna do? There's the money. Why? Because I have business to take care of. And here, there was nobody I could talk to tell me, is she right or is she wrong? Until today, I still don't know where those letters are that they say that they mailed to notify me that I was late. 4 months. They waited 4 months until they accumulated more than $1,000 to go and disconnect. Now we get disconnections notices every month. How come they didn't do that then? Question, right? Just for your information. But thank you again for your time, and I feel more safe now in this area. I look forward to them before. Thank you all, and I'm sorry about
Thank you.
the time that we took.
Thank you, ladies, for being here. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Can I please speak for just 20 seconds and close on the Garcia's family's comment here?
Did you sign up, sir? I have to do it for the record.
This is for, yeah, just on this issue,
Okay.
not the agenda item.
Can you just tell me your name?
Oh, Dan Vogler.
Dan Vogler.
That I hope this is a one-time isolated incident. This is a horrible story. I think everyone here is appalled. But I'll also advise the Garcia family and the board that they're protected by 2 pieces of state and federal law. That if you guys want to go in and do an inspection inside their home, that takes a 72-hour notice by phone, email, or any method, and then their consent to allow you to come in the house. That's reasonable to go inside their house. And in terms of auto drafting their bank account after the due date, this is tantamount to billing fraud. And in terms of the $50,000 per meter charge, they're protected by federal law, the Robinson-Nugent Act, that they would be entitled to the lowest favored nation price of a meter in the past year, crystal clear.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I've got a person, and Annette Devor? Annette?
Annette. Hi, thank you for your time today. And, I'm going to start out with, I don't know if you guys know about, Sid Miller, the CPS 19 about advocating for a pause on data centers to put Texans first. Temporary, it's a quotation, but temporary moratorium is not anti-business or anti-innovation. It creates breathing room for lawmakers, regulators, utilities, water experts, landowners, and agriculture to craft responsible gardens. Aaron Brockovich, in 1 week, received 1,690 complaints filed. Residents over 57 states are reporting concerns over water contamination, soaring utility costs, nonstop noise, e-waste, and PFAS pollution tied to massive data centers. In Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis just banned AI data centers from using up all the water needed by citizens during a drought. And the law bans utility companies from charging higher prices because of data centers. I've done a lot of research, and so one of my friends, and if you vote yes, bills will run dry. Everyone's electric will go up. There's a couple in Atlanta that $200 electric bill, data center came in, their bill went to $400 a month. We're already in a explosiveness and sense of increase of prices for everything. And you're going to be affecting every family, every child, because it's going to just trickle down The families are gonna be stressed financial already. They lose their homes because their electric goes double. I mean, this is massive. The data center should have responsibility and accountability to building something better. Send them all back to the drawing board. You've got brilliant minds in America that can use the air chilled and take less money profit instead of burdening families and ranchers. I mean, the farmers are asking for a moratorium in Texas because this one man's cow has not had a calf in 2 years being near this data center already. The animals are suffering, people are suffering. I mean, this is massive, and there's people all over the United States, and if you look at how many times they've been sued already because they don't honor, they'd rather pay the fine. It's easier to pay the fine than to honor their word on the contract. They've got all this money, they got all these attorneys, you know, but they need to go back to the drawing board and make something that is not going to affect the environment, not pollute people and animals, and cause destruction in their health and destruction in our farmers. He's having to sell his ranch and his farm because he can't produce his livestock anymore. And they need to figure out electricity. Why are the people being burdened with them and they're making the money? This does not compute. It's logical, it's common sense. You don't charge the citizens of a town that's being happening all over America now to take up what they are using. Jim Graver on the planning and zoning in San Marcos, he researched a whole bunch of this, God bless his soul. And it takes 80,000 homes for one data center electricity. I mean, this is just, I feel frustrated because it's like, it's a lot of common sense. They need to go back to the drawing board. They need to figure out something else. They need to find out, maybe they need to go to your oceans. They can desalinate their own water. Maybe they need to go to air cooling and take less money and less greed. And so I just thank everybody, and I hope they're not, you know, pressuring you, which they probably are. I've already heard stories about them pressuring people within their homes, in their areas, that they've already done that, they're doing that. It gets their agenda going. And I just hope we take a breather and put this on hold because it's not right for the citizens and all of us. And I hope they're not trying to pay you off, but that happens unfortunately in America because we're capitalistic and it's happened in Kyle and it's stories that they tell you. But, you know, every person in Texas will be affected in those areas. And my heart, I hope that you open your hearts up because when you put the burdens of financials is the number 2 reason for divorces. You don't think that children are going to get more beatings or something for the frustration and stress of the parents? It will happen. There's a balance in life, and AI data centers need to find. And it's already in the works, and if you do the research, you'll see they're being sued all the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, let's just take a quick break before we go into the, we haven't even started the consent agenda. We want to do consent real quick, because I'm gonna take a second. Let's just do consent,
Well, I mean, there's
oh, okay, well, let's go into consent, because that won't take long. Item 3A and 3B. 3A, approve the minutes of the April 23rd, 2026 regular board meeting, and 3B, approve the March 2026 financial assessment. I've done a motion on the consent item.
Yes, with one condition, Mr. President. Ms. Pam mentioned that there was a mistake on the minutes, so
Yes.
we could just change that.
Oh, okay, what would it be?
That the wording was incorrect. It was
Take out the word not. Yes,
not.
Okay.
I marked it.
You marked it.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Okay.
Just make sure that goes on the public record.
Thank you. Okay, well, then with that amendment to the minutes, do I have any motions?
Yes, I move to approve the consent agenda with the correction as presented.
Director Patterson makes a motion.
Second.
Second, Vice President Benavides. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Okay, looks like the ayes have it. And so before we go into our regular agenda, let's take a 10 minutes, maybe 10 minute break. So we're gonna, it's 5:01, right? 5:01, so we're gonna try to come back at 5:01 here. Go ahead and call the meet back in and do open session at 5:12. I know that you said we were going to go into the regular agenda, but we did have one person change their mind about speaking. And that person is Dylan Perez. Dylan Perez, hello.
Hello, Dylan Bieber. I'm been in San Marcos for about 33 years. I'm against AI data center, just I think it's just way too much soon for to see its impact in other places that have improved it. You know, something happens to that city and they have to now migrate to ours because we have water, but you know, things just too soon to actually like build these data centers and not see its future impact. Also, I went to Texas State and, you know, all those, when you type in something on like ChatGPT and stuff, it usually goes to the closest place where that data center is near. And so you have over like 40 to 50,000 students using AI all the time. It's never going to slow down. And the fact that there's no like restrictions of people just wanting to create something that's just, you know, for fun, it's not actual use case. I don't think it's just a good idea right now. And it's not like a past opportunity because they'll always want to build here. But we should really protect our river and, you know, let other places that have already been proven, places like in Texas, see their impacts on it before we ever even consider it. I personally am not for AI because I think it kind of like, you know, it does dumb us down in a certain way because our brains are always trying to conserve energy and we just want to go and use it because it's so much easier than critical thinking. And so I see a real problem with that, especially at Texas State. I'd be there for like a simple quiz and you would just see screens for all the students while they're taking their quiz over the last 10 minutes of class, and they would have ChatGPT off the side and just copy and pasting. And it's just like, it's being used so much and it's being misused so much. Like, yeah, there could be great things that come from it, but at the end of the day, like we can live without AI, we can live without this type of technology for actual surviving. And even though economic growth is like good to a certain extent, I think it's had this overreach in these past couple of years with just all development. And there's just, you know, we haven't had enough time passed to actually see the impacts of what we've already built here and what's already been improved. And so throwing massive structures that take up, you know, 80,000 homes worth of power and millions of gallons of water just to, you know, watch some cat, you know, do kung fu or, you know, I just think it's just being so misused right now that it'd just be the worst decisions.
We are gonna go into the regular agenda, so items, gonna call item 4A, update, discussion, possible action, adoption of district bylaws. I guess before I give this to you, Michael, or you, Howard, I just want to tell the board where this came from, so that the board actually has been trying to adopt bylaws for years, we just never could agree on them. So we tried to do a real simple version. What the catalyst was is that Director Cash resigned because of personal reasons a couple weeks ago. So we lost our treasurer to the board. And so, you know, we really have 3 committees going right now, but not all 3 committees are really working, and it's just kind of additional duties on board members. So since most of us have jobs and work, it's hard to do this and committee meetings at the same time. So the bylaws were really meant to go ahead and take the treasurer. We're gonna go ahead and take the secretary position away from the board member, appoint that to a staff member, and then we'll have to renumber later in the meeting. That was kind of the first thing. And then the second thing was, instead of having 3 committees, just condensing those three committees down to one committee. And so that was kind of the main things that we were trying to get through. Now, before I pass it on, I will say that I have had a few people say that it does give too much power to the presidency, and I heard you say that, Ms. Lindsay. But I agree. I'm not trying to grab anybody. I have no intention of rerunning for the presidency or for election for that matter. This job has gotten way too big for me. So, I mean, with those concerns noted, I think we could probably change some of the wording. I think some of the members might have some suggestions on, changing some of the wording too. So I think you could probably, in some of these sections, you just could change the word president to board. That might solve a lot of problems. But I do think there's some other suggestions there.
Before we go much further though, this was kind of thrown in there at the last moment, in my opinion. I haven't had a chance to analyze and weigh everything on it. We got this on Friday. I said, whoa, bylaws. I didn't even know we were going to be discussing bylaws. Nobody mentioned that we're going to have bylaws on the agenda on the next meeting. So it's a start, but I think we need to table this and let's start thinking about bylaws. Let's start, though the board can go, and as a matter of fact, we get that discussion board going, that the bulletin board we want to put on the website. Great, we can start throwing ideas out there. That way the public can see what we're thinking or what's on our mind. But this is just, boom, there you go, bylaws. I was completely unaware we're going to be discussing bylaws. I don't know what the other board members feel, but that's my take on it.
Make a motion to, table it, so we have time to look at it. Instead of just dropping in our lap on Friday. Second that motion.
Got a motion from Director Trent, second by Director Patterson. Any further discussion? Favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, looks like the ayes have it. In the meantime, I would just tell, ask the directors, look through it. If you have any suggestions, and it doesn't, Michael will go over and we can take it back up later. Yeah. Okay, well then, the next one is 4B, vacant board seats. So, as I noted, Ms. Cash did resign for personal reasons. And so before we posted it, I just wanted to give the board the option. It's really up to the board. I did have legal look at it. And so, now correct me if I'm wrong, Howard. So the board, as long as we have between 5 and 11?
Yes, that would be established also by the agreement. I think what's your questions?
I guess my question to the board is, do you want to post a position on the website for like 30 days or something? Or, because the option does exist, we could pare the board down if y'all wanted to, but it's the board's call, it's whatever y'all.
I say let's advertise it.
Advertisement. Yeah. Does that need a motion?
I don't know, does it need a motion? I was really doing for this advice.
Distraction.
Do we do 30 days, 15 days? Is there a guideline, Mr. Sloan?
I believe 30 days.
30 days? Okay.
I think you can remember we did 15 last time.
That's what I was a little.
No, but it wasn't long enough, and then the next time we did 30 instead.
Okay.
I think 33.
So do we need a motion for that or?
I think it's guidance.
Okay, so that would go, that would even go past the next board meeting, since this board meeting is late. So depends on when y'all vote on the next board meeting, we can look at that. The date, okay. So I mean, I would prefer, if we're gonna put another board member on here, we do it before the next board meeting, because we got a lot of stuff going on.
Can we do that, Mr. Sloan? Legally?
Well, I think it is prudent to allow the opportunity for 30 days so that anyone who is qualified in the interest zone has the opportunity to weigh in.
So what is prudent?
Prudent means when you posted for 15 days, how many applications did you get, Jennifer?
2.
2.
It was 2.
Right, yeah.
Yep.
And after 30, do we get
We got
the same two?
one more than
One.
there too.
4.
4.
Well,
I know when we cut it short, Miss Kraft, she attempted to come in and she had missed the deadline and had asked to be part of it, but I don't think she was entertained. But so I think that's where the 30 days was something that we looked at doing. Just to ensure everyone had enough time.
Okay, so we set the board meeting for the next one, 31 days.
Well, that's on the agenda, it's for July 23rd, so we would be able to do
Yeah,
that.
the way it's set now, it would happen. Okay, 30 days then.
Just to understand, so we're not having the March meeting now, we're having the June meeting now? Is that the way we're looking at it?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Okay, all right, that's done. Well, then, okay, so then I guess I'll ask. Well, okay, I have to ask the lawyer and Michael this then, so. We're gonna, since we didn't pass the bylaws, then we're gonna go ahead and have to keep a secretary right now. We're gonna have to leave Director Velasquez the secretary. Correct. So then I'll ask any of our other board members, so I guess I'm specifically asking Roscoe, Patterson, or Trent, if anybody's interested in being the treasurer.
No, sir.
I'm looking at these two, fine directors then.
That's good with money.
No, I'm not. Ask my wife.
Well, don't put as many kids in detention and all.
All right, then I think.
And if we change, at some point, somebody would quit being treasurer, but still be hanging here.
What was that, Director Trent?
I mean, if Cheryl is treasurer, then when we get the seventh board member,
Oh, yeah, we could
so
always.
we can change that, it doesn't have to be.
Yeah.
You don't, you still have to do that for 3 years. Be like interim until we make it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we could probably do that. Yeah. Okay, then.
Did we get a motion?
Yes.
Great. I motion that we elect or appoint, is that the word?
Yeah, I think it's a leg.
Vote.
It's an appointment.
Okay,
Patterson for treasurer.
okay, motion by,
I second that.
motion by VP Benavides, second by, Director Roscoe. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, let's, congratulations to our new treasurer, Director Patterson. Okay. All right, thank you for that, Ms. Patterson, appreciate you, stepping
Really,
forward to
thank
do that. All right, okay, then, all right, then I guess we will call, regular agenda item number 4D, update discussion, possible action on the WNSSA Palomino Alpha LLC. So before we go into it, I will recall the folks that wanted to speak on this, not in the beginning of the public comments, but on the action item. And so I guess I'm gonna go ahead and recall the folks online just in case. I didn't do that, or how do you?
They should be here if they have it.
Okay. All right, so, okay. Well, then I will start with, oh,
That was after the presentation, I'm sorry.
oh, sorry.
On the agenda item?
After?
Yeah, I thought there was a presentation.
Oh, for the Palomino Alpha?
Yeah.
Whether we do it before or after, I don't know, dude, what do we do?
Throughout the presentation.
It's in your discretion.
Was it for the bylaws then, maybe, the presentation? Or, no, there was no presentation?
We have no presentation.
Update discussion.
I don't even have.
Should talk about it first, and then get our public opinion.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Whatever you can talk about. You guys talking about.
Okay. Okay, I think. Let's go ahead and just go ahead and take it. Is that, or what does the board want to do? You want to go ahead and take it now?
What, take what? Let me take it.
The public comment, just the public comment section.
Well, I don't know how they can publicly comment if they don't even know what we're gonna talk about.
The document is on your website.
Yeah.
Document was made available on the district's website.
Can you guys just summarize real quick?
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about that.
That's
Then I guess, is that what you want to wait? Okay, that's fine. It's up to whatever everyone do. So, I guess then we'll go ahead. I'm just gonna hand this off to, Howard and Ware, I guess, first. But before I do, I do want to just kind of just say that, look, we do not get to decide who asks for water. We're just a water company. Like, we didn't go out and try to get these guys to come into the water district. I mean, we have a certain territory that we have to provide water, and anybody who wants to move in here has to apply with it for us. I mean, so this is not something that we like solicited in any way. I never would have ever guessed that I have some job that was controversial, and this was just kind of a volunteer gig until like a few months ago. But I do want to address the transparency because I want to make sure everybody is aware. So like when the new board took over election in January, there was a lot of changes made, a lot of them towards transparency. So if anybody doesn't know, if you go to our website, the Crystal Clear website, every single person in the audience can see every single thing a board member sees. Y'all have full access to every piece of information that we do. We just started doing that. I mean, that takes a lot of work scanning in all those documents. And when you click on the attachment, I mean, it's hundreds of pages long. And so I had actually talked to somebody from the audience last meeting and they were like, well, how do these people have everything that y'all have? And I said, what's on the website? And I went back on there just to make sure we were attaching everything. And so everything a board member sees, the general public can see. Like, we don't have access to one piece of information that y'all can't have access to. So I do want y'all to know that anyone can go on there right now or after the meeting or just before the next meeting, and all the details and everything are in there. So we do aim to be very, very transparent. They're pulling it up online now. And so that was something that was very important to the board, that we didn't want people to think that we were keeping secrets. And some of y'all that have been with us for a long time, I see Mr. Moose shaking his head, felt like there was.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean,
we were in the dark.
Yeah, maybe there was some secrecy in the past, but we really do aim, we pull it all out there, all of it. I mean, you can see every dang thing. I mean, so it's there if y'all ever want to look at it, and it'll continue to be there, as long as the board says that it'll be there. So I do just want to notate the transparency before I relinquish this to Howard Slobode. I think that's all. All right. Sir.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to get an overview of the terms of the non-standard to the board first, before we start, see, as the president desires. At a high level, one of the concerns that was expressed a number of times had to do with what Palomino Alpha taking additional water. So there was a number of times that came up. And so in the non-standard, in 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 locations, we've included terms that would limit Palomino Alpha's ability to do that. And I will go through them one by one to bring them to your attention. Starting in section 2, page 2, you'll notice that the second recital of the contract provides that service under this agreement is expressly conditioned on compliance with the agreement, including the instantaneous delivery limits in gallons per minute. In the phasing schedule was attached as attachment C. Second place, we're going to look at section 2, page 3. This section addresses the district's obligation to provide basically any additional pressure or water than is otherwise required under Exhibit C. This is intended to be a base level contract that provides a steady flow of water. It does not permit peaking. Section 4, page 4. Grounds for termination. We've included as grounds for termination use in excess of the limits in the contract. I want to look at section 9, page 10. Section 9, page 10 is entitled use in excess of phase commitment. And again, this is a phase delivery of water over time. It starts at 0.05 MGD and the maximum entitlement under the contract is 0.5 MGD. We have all in this section, we require that Palomino Alpha design its improvements so that it cannot take water in excess of the phase delivery limit, that the district can terminate service for excess use, and that the district is entitled to seek an injunction and get injunctive relief in the event that more water is taken than is permitted in a given phase.
For clarification, what is injunctive relief?
Injunctive relief is where a court prohibits a party from doing something. So in this case,
it's physically be stopped.
Correct.
Okay.
That's one real quick question. Okay, the 0.5 that's the top that they can do.
Correct.
Now, is that includes the power plant? That includes everything?
Crystal Clear is not obligated to send them one additional drop in excess to 0.5 MGD, and they have asked for no more than 0.5 MGD at any point.
And does it specify that that's not just, that is the entire complex? It is not just?
Yes. Yes, this is the 0.5 MGD is the sum total.
Including the power generation.
Absolutely. Yes, we are committing no more water than 0.5 MGD.
So we all have an automatic?
I'm sorry, Mr. Moody. I know we usually kind of allow some of this, but we're already running so long and
Okay.
I'm sorry. And we're gonna come back to the comments, so. I'm sorry, but go ahead.
You're good, Mr. President. So also, something that's different in this non-standard than we've done previously, we've included take or pay obligations. So even if, let's say under phase 4, I'm looking at page 10, under phase 4, if Palomino Alpha used less than 0.25 MGD, it would be obligated to pay for 0.25 MGD notwithstanding. So that ensures that this is for the take or pay. And so that provides steady revenue for the district. There was a question that came up early on about the district dictating contractors that would be used to construct a project like this. And we have taken that out and we've replaced it with the contractor having to have adequate qualifications to construct. So having completed a certain number of projects of a certain magnitude successfully in the last 5 years. Finally, there's a 2-year warranty on the improvements. That's going to be page 7. Financial terms are located in Exhibit E, and the total financial obligations are substantial. And with that, before we enter any questions with the board, we can proceed one or two ways, Mr. President. We could proceed to public comment now. We could proceed with the afterwards.
Yeah, sure.
As a part of this, are they required to do any kind of environmental impact study? I mean, researching other, I guess what I want to know is, we're being thrown this and it just seems like we're gonna get all this money, I guess, and they're gonna take all this water. How is this going to affect us here? That's what I want to know. And we've already heard from a lot of these people how it's going to affect, how they feel like it's going to affect. I want to see actual numbers. What animals is it gonna impact? What wells is it gonna impact? And I know we're just getting started with AI, I get it, but there's got to be something that can be provided to us rather than just accepting this carte blanche.
Well, for instance, one of the things that's come up a number of times tonight is wastewater discharges, right? That is outside of Crystal Clear's control. That's under an entirely separate administrative process that takes place in TCEQ. That anyone in this room could intervene and, and seek the TCEQ to deny a wastewater discharge permit. But that's not a proper consideration for this.
Mr. Bowden, when I first came on board, I had asked what authority Crystal Clear has to go to somebody's property. And you told me, well, your predecessor told me 2 reasons, looking for water or looking for contaminants. So if we have the authority to go to anybody's property to look for contaminants, I think it does fall under our purview to look at the contaminants before they happen.
I think, and I'm not prohibiting the board from asking any questions for sure. I think the board might need to ask them in executive session just because we're getting into legal contract stuff. What? Because this is a legal contract?
Well, what about this? These studies that have been done, they've been done by us or by them?
That's a good question. The studies that have been so far have been done by the district's engineer.
Correct.
M&S Engineering, with respect to water availability. Correct.
Capacity of infrastructure, that kind of thing.
Yes.
No study, but just how can we get the water to them?
Well,
And can we get the
do we
water?
have the water?
Do we have the water and how do we get it to them?
Yes.
That's the extent of it.
Yes.
Okay.
That's the study.
Yes.
I know we're talking about this in executive session, but my feeling is we don't have enough information at this point. I almost feel like this should be tabled at this point. I just don't.
It's a lot.
It's a lot to take in. It's a lot that we need to run down as board members. And I just don't feel like at this point we have enough information.
Well, what I would propose to do is if the directors have specific questions about the board's, this entity's legal authority and on what grounds the board can, either grant or not grant this agreement, I would like to go into executive session and discuss it. I think that would be, that's not a commitment, but I think it's important.
Well, at that point, I guess we would have reached a point of, yes, we're gonna give them the water, can we? I think that's making a big leap. Right now, I'm still in the assessing stage. I'm like, where are we? What's this all about? But let me get it. And I heard somebody mention that they got a permit to discharge 500,000, was it?
There's a
Well, wait a
permit,
minute.
there's a pending permit act.
Yeah, so that kind of gave me a little bit of pause. Wait a minute, they're saying they're gonna use 500,000. I would expect to discharge of 300,000 or 200,000, not 500,000. That kind of really concerned me.
And what kind of forever chemicals are in this that can't be cleaned up by their, factory or their cleanup water system?
ECEQ regulates one of all in the state, not Bristol.
Right, there's just so many questions. This just appeared on the agenda. And then we're supposed to make decisions. I think we should have a subcommittee that will study all of this stuff and take our time, because I'm not selling out these people. Wasn't elected to be scared of, billionaire data center people. I was elected to take care of these people sitting right here and their families and their land and their animals and the water system. And it's gonna cause pollution and it's gonna raise the electric bill. And everybody keeps saying, oh no, we just sell water. We can't say no to anybody. That's just the way it is. If we sell water and everybody's electric bills go up and the water's polluted and there's a heat dome, that is directly our fault. And we can't say, no, it was just, we just sell water. And I'm sorry, I'm done with this stuff.
Oh, I hear you, Director Trent. I hear the directors. I mean, it does, obviously directors have questionable, sir. And this is just kind of on there for discussion, so we can start discussing it, but maybe before we table it, do y'all want to, because if we table, we can't go into it. Can we go into executive session?
We can still go to something else, but honestly, this, just like the bylaws, I was not expecting to see this on the agenda. And come Friday, it's like, whoa, it's 300 pages. That was a little surprising to me, and it's a lot to digest.
Was anybody here expected to see that over? Any of us?
The point to me is that what obligations do we have? What kind of lawsuits can come against us? How that's gonna all work out for the board, for the district, for us as individuals.
Director Raska, that's why I want to go into.
Yeah, and see, that's kind of why I want to talk to the board, and look, we really are trying to be transparent. We'll take public comments, but unfortunately, our purview is quite narrow, and we could be sued personally. And so I want board members just to hear the lawyer out, just to see what he has to say, because this could really affect every one of us. We're volunteers, and they could try to sue us for everything that we have. So I do want everyone to at least hear the law.
But we have a good law firm, so it's your have to do your job, guys.
So I think we should at least talk about it.
But again, that's assuming we decided to say no or yes. What we're saying right now is, let's pause, let's catch our breath, let's think about this. That's what we're saying. And we're not saying no or yes. And that's why I would definitely second her motion to table this, because this is a lot to consider.
Let me ask the lawyer this, if we table, can we still go into executive session?
Here's what I would suggest about it. I would suggest that we go into executive session now, because I want to visit with the board about the consequences of an affirmative decision here and the consequences of negative action. And I think it's to Director Raska's point.
Why is he making decisions? Sir, I'm sorry.
I'm making a recommendation to the board. Asking the board, as the general counsel for this organization, that we go into executive session so that we can discuss the potential liabilities to my client.
I make a motion to table this until we have time to study it.
Second.
And I got a motion to table by Director Trent, second by Vice President Benavides. I guess the further discussion would be, so we've got two motions on the table. Howard, can we still talk about an executive session or are we not to this table?
Here's why I don't want to table it. I don't know that it could be untabled. And so but it is very important that I had the opportunity to confirm when people want an executive session with respect to this item.
But at this point, we have a motion and a second. Our next discussion is there any discussion? And then we need to vote.
Correct.
So, I mean, whether or not we go into executive session or not, we need to vote on that motion.
Right. So then I guess, any further discussion on the tabling then? Okay, then I'd call the vote, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, I'm gonna be opposed just because something goes back into the.
Opposed. I would like to go into executive session.
Yeah.
So we have a 3-3, so then motion fails. All right, motion fails. All right, well then do we, public comments still? Okay, then, we will go into public comments on this, and I will start with Tom Duval?
Well, so my name is Tom Dibble. I'm a representative of Catalino Alpha, an economic development consultant for them. I'm here to thank the board for your consideration of our water ask for this development, and also just to provide, we have worked with the county and we have come to an agreement with the county, and we're specifically talking about something brought up today with a development agreement. And in that development agreement that we have with the county, we have agreed that, we have, and I'm going to say this, we have way more land under contract than what we physically are going to use. We did that for a lot of reasons. One is a buffer. And two, we also agreed to the county that we would not parcel off that land for residential home development because of the constraints that residential home development puts on this county with regards to water, with regards to schools, specifically the Navarro School District. And we also have had favorable conversations with one of the benefits of our data center is that we are going to, over the time period of this data center initial, it's probably put a minimum of $400 million of property tax revenue into that school system, which is greatly needed. We are not we do create jobs. The number of 50 I heard is incorrect. Our job creation will be somewhere between 100 and 200. At full build out, they are high paying jobs. However, 100 to 200 jobs is not going to put a constraint on the school system either. So our property tax revenue that we'll pay the county, school district, and other taxing districts goes in at a near net 100% revenue. And that's just what I'm going to say. So I thank you for your time in considering our project that we look forward to being in Guadalupe County.
Okay, go to Joel Slovak. Oh, okay. Rancher Bucks.
Hi, Richard Backus. I just got a couple of questions. Is this water coming out of the aquifer, coming out of the river, or are y'all shipping this water in?
I'm sorry, we're not allowed to answer any questions from.
Oh, really? Okay, I don't have anything then. I can't get any information or anything.
We'll tell you information, you know it all. Yeah, it's from the aquifer. Sorry.
Diego Alberto.
Yeah. All right.
So I gotta send a selfie to my mom. She doesn't believe me that I didn't do this.
Yes, step over here so that light's not right here.
Right. But I'll talk, you can start my time.
Okay.
While I selfie. It's mine. Gonna trip. She's on her way to Mexico to visit my family. Funny thing, I was having a conversation with my mom the other day. And I was asking her about my great grandfather. And she told me where he's from, where we're from, and we're from Michoacan and Durango. My dad's family and my mom's. And my great grandfather was a miner. And Israeli corporations and American corporations ravaged our land, genocided our people. But because my great grandfather was smart, he had a gift. He was able to find water. He was able to find precious metals. He was able to find things, and people didn't really understand how he did this. But it was a gift that saved all of us. We were able to escape the persecution of the corporations. We moved north, we migrated north, where we faced further persecution from corporations, car factories that swept through our land and offered really low-paying wages as slavery, basically, indentured servitude. So we migrated north, and here we are. I'm a living history of survival in my family. Survival of the fittest. There's not that many left of us. My sister doesn't want to have kids, and my brother's gay, so that just leaves me to carry the line, and that's a lot of our, big responsibility, especially if I'm being compared to standards here. Now, I do keep noticing something. I have a question, especially for Michael Saldana, who's on his phone and has been often while we go up here speaking. You mentioned the Lord, and I've heard the Lord being thrown around a lot in these meetings, but no one ever specifies which Lord. Now, Theodore Herzl, he was the founder of Zionism. He was an atheist. These corporations are now fusing, I gotta get my notes with APAC, Military Defense Fund. If you look at the NDAA section 224 that's buried under 2,000 pages, you'll see that we are integrating our AI weapon systems and surveillance through Palantir with Israel's military. That means all of what we're doing right here, we're either serving the false Lord of Saturn that the Zionists worship, that they kill us with, they've been massacring all of us with, or we serve Yeshua, Jesus Christ, the Lord of Lords, peace. We have to be very specific which Lord we serve, because our souls are on the line here, not just our physical body. Time, guys, and I appreciate what you guys do. Don't bend, stay strong. We got your backs.
Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you.
Al Pitcher? Yes, sir. My name is Kyle Pitcher. I'm a Guadalupe County judge, but I also come to you this evening as a landowner that has a piece of property from this transaction for this project. To give you a little different perspective, Guadalupe County is being inundated with a tremendous amount of dense residential development. All of us see all of those subdivisions everywhere we drive, not thinking much about them, just the fact that the landscape is changing. Very much like crystal clear, counties in the state of Texas have very little authority to regulate, slow, and or stop the development that is occurring, because that is the playing field the state legislature has set up. We want our county to look like it did a long time ago, but do not have the tools to change that. We cannot tell somebody we don't want that development. Again, the state has set up a system that allows people as development community to check a box, fulfill the minimum requirements, and to build. We've been affected by it. We've been impacted by it. It has put strain and stress on emergency services like law enforcement, fire, EMS, roads, infrastructure, our tax base, and everything that is affected by that much activity. And the truth is that the development community can move much faster than the government can. When that type of development happens, and so many residential developments are coming into the county, putting a strain on that, those costs have to be spread to everybody and everything to try to advance the benefit and the safety portion of it. On the school district side, our school district, Navarro ISD, is being overrun with the amount of kids that are being put in the facilities. There's not enough teachers. Classrooms are filling up. But the school district, Navarro ISD, has maxed out its bonding capacity and its INS rate, interest in sinking, to be able to service debt. They're in a struggled position. A project like this that does not put a bunch of kids in schools, does not need more fire stations, law enforcement, roads, and drainage, because it is on a state highway next to the largest regional substation, provides that type of revenue to help offset that. I respect everybody's concerns and comments, even if I don't agree with them, and I appreciate everybody being here. But without a diversified tax base, we are going to drown in additional debt, more problems that we can't and don't have the ability to catch up. The other thing I want to ask the board to respectfully consider is private property rights.
I understand some board members are not in support, but I think all of us, whether you support this project or not, live in Texas, in Guadalupe County, and out in the country because you want to be left alone and be able to have your property and do whatever you want with it. I want the same thing. I respectfully request the board to vote on this tonight and to consider private property rights, consider the benefit to the county, and consider benefit to the Monroe ISD. Thank you.
Did I miss anybody? Oh, yes, sir, go ahead.
Yeah.
Did I?
We're all
Oh,
talking.
Michelle, once, I think I might have marked you because, okay, it's just remind me.
Well, that was bright, I must have been away from it. Good afternoon. My name is Dan Vogler. I am a landowner and my property is adjacent to the Zorn substation right here at the intersection of 1979 and 123. And I am the landlord with just 5% of the property to Palomino Alpha. So I have a vested interest in the discussion today as a landowner greatly affected by this. I'm also an electrical engineer and with a career experience in computers and energy, so I can give you some data on this. That I want to refute some of the misinformation that's come out today. That Palomino Alpha will be generating 3 times more energy than they use. So that's an excess. It's that excess energy is going to go to serve the 4 utilities that are served by the Zorn substation. Guadalupe Valley Electric Co-op, Bluebonnet Electric Co-op, San Marcos Utilities, and New Brunswick Utilities will benefit from that excess energy that they can buy at a wholesale rate without having to capitalize new generation on their own part, which would go into their rate base. So the energy, the electricity for this project will not add to your electric bill, but will at least cap it for the next 20 years. The property taxes collected for the Navarro school system will fund the Navarro school system for the next 20 years and bring it out of a deficit that it operates now to be a wealthy functional school system. There's also another interesting component here that the data centers are not all about artificial intelligence, that we have a fear of Skynet is going to kill us all. Already data centers contain web hosting, Google Drive, iCloud, your bank records, your own website, many things beyond just artificial intelligence. So we should not equate a data center with artificial intelligence alone. And there's another interesting aspect here that the board should weigh. I appreciate the board's attorney laying out this, summarizing the special use agreement, which has safeguards in it that protect the water supply. That there's a company called Cerebras that did a very successful initial public offering last month. They are taking business away from NVIDIA that has dominated the space in terms of the computer hardware, and they use 1/7 of the electricity for the given computing power. This means that the electricity will go down, the cooling will go down, that by the time this project is built, it will probably use 1/4 of the water that is being applied for and planned for with today's technology.
That's your great answer. Thank you very much. No.
What?
Did you want to come back, Ms. Crafter?
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
I just want to talk about some of the points they've just talked about. One is, and this happened with Cloudburst and happened with Palomino, is they got up and talked about how they bought all these extra acres around the land that the actual data center is going to be on for a buffer zone. Well, they need those buffer zones because go Google noise from a data center. And right now, we wouldn't be able to talk over it. And that could go up to 1 to 3 miles that you could hear. So that's the buffer zones. That's what they're there for. The light emissions and the EMFs also affect people's, and that's why the cows aren't reproducing and things like that. private property rights, I invest in property. I agree 100%. But you need to keep that inside your property. You can't sell your property and affect people 1 to 3 miles away from your property. That's where the problem is. And if that was correct, when I came and talked to you personally, you would have told me that you were selling. I came to your office and asked you, and you told me that you had no contacts with them currently. Benefit the local utilities. Again, the heat, the noise from the generators that are going to be producing that electricity is deafening. The fire. You don't think there's going to be fire in these data centers? Lithium batteries and that? That's not going to save our fire department. They're going to be on call even more so. The school district will become a Robin Hood school district. They will not get that amount of money because they will now be a rich school district. So they won't be able to take all that money. We have not heard anything about the tax abatements. Cloudburst got 90% tax abatements for first 5 years. At the end of 10 years, it's still 40%. 40%. So all those taxes they're talking about, we're giving those away. We're not getting them. The other thing is the roads. What about the trucks? And this 100 to 200 people is during construction. Once that, and I have a gentleman that I know that is supervising, called to apologize. He said, I'm supervising the data centers construction. I said, that's your job. That's your business. You do what you want to do and I'll do what I want to do. But he says he is hiring people from anywhere and everywhere that will come work here. They're not local people making that money. So it's the few 50 people or whatever that are inside managing these data centers, but not 100 to 200 people. That's construction, and those people aren't even from here. They're gone. Benefit the motels. Diversified tax base. And that's why we're going to bring in a data center. We can't go find businesses that aren't going to pollute our waters. If you're going to take 500 gallons in and put 500 gallons out, what is in that? Why are they having to circulate that and put that back in North Creek, which goes down to San Marcos River, which goes down to the Guadalupe, and we're going to poison all our neighbors all the way down so we can sell our property? You can sell your property to anybody you want, but not when it affects everyone else around you. I had people, they came to me, offered us a contract, offered us an NDA. We had to sign this because we couldn't talk about it. I said, I don't want to hear your price. We are not selling to a data center. I'm not going to be able to go down the street and have to hold my head down because I'm poisoning my neighbors next to me. No, sir, not going to happen. We turn them down immediately. Private property rights, I agree totally. Diversified tax base. There's a lot of companies out there. Don't have to do this.
I'll go Abigail.
Yeah, let me go. I don't want to follow you. Okay.
Oh, okay, yeah. I didn't want to. Very tough.
Sounds a lot like blaming somebody else, and instead of fighting it and being a sellout as a county judge, I didn't know you were in the room when I spoke earlier. As I mentioned, I've worked really hard to stay poor and not sell out my ranch when I could have done that. That's just not the type of person I am or an example I want to set for the future. Yeah, I mean, Kim, you just basically said everything I wanted to say about like affecting, private property. It's just a funny thing to say when you're affecting so many people, like our neighbors have affected us. AI isn't curing cancer, y'all. It's out here generating fake videos that are creating fake ads and scams online to scam people out of money. I haven't seen it cure cancer, and we're not heading that direction right now. You asked about livestock. I know more about what it's doing in livestock than I do humans right now, and I think they're putting on 30% less weight for cattle. I'm sure y'all all eat meat. I'm probably the only person in this room that hasn't eaten meat in 19 years. But I know a lot about animals and I support the farming industry. Horses can hear a heartbeat from 4 feet away. They are dying at 14, 16. I think we had 2 16, maybe a 17-year-old. Horses live for 30 years. They're very sensitive, and that's a lot of what's going on. The bees have left over where I've been all over Texas. I'm a very shitty vehicle with no AC. I'm sorry I said that word. But I've driven around to these neighbors. I know kids the same age that are 6 years apart that are having seizures at the same time next to the data center. And I'm sure there's more cases of that. There's just only so much time. I didn't read the packet today. I'm thankful my neighbors did, and I know they did. My dad's been in the hospital since my birthday, which I spent in your courtroom on my birthday. So I've just been really busy dealing with other stuff and trying to take care of my land. And as someone mentioned, they're really happy to be here. I'm not happy to be here. Obviously, I'm up here crying and it's emotional, and I'm so distraught that we're here talking about something that takes 500,000 gallons of water a day. It seems insane that we're even entertaining it. And I know you're concerned about
getting sued. And other than the judge in this room, I just, it's such a hard time and I've seen it. And I see a lot of what's happening online, but I would think you have a whole community backing you. And these girls have been coming here and I've been coming here and we've been backing you, but we're getting frustrated. And I understand y'all are in a position, but we're fighting for, I think, the right side of history. And I'm like, I understand there's two sides to everything and I'm trying to be respectful as well. It's just really frustrating when we're talking about a limited resource, which is water. And no matter how much money you get, you could go buy more, but it's just not going to appear from the sky. You'll be taking it from somebody else. Talking about being burdened. Yeah, I mean, if a data center would have gone in next to my house, which by the way, we fought it and I think we won. And it's not gonna go in just right now. But you know, if that were to go in next to me, I couldn't sell my property. I would lose everything. Who would want to buy that except for another data center? And then they're like, we're only gonna allow one to go in. And I would never want to do that to my neighbors and my community. And that's my time.
Okay, thank you.
Don't start it yet.
Okay.
Take a breath. Okay. Now, okay, to the man that got up talking that this is an AI, yes, sir, I've been doing this a year and a half. It is AI. We have Google Drive right now. We have Facebook now. It is all AI. That is a boom, if you've been listening, okay? Everyone else in all the other counties is lying. They're lying about their water shortages and their electricity bills going up. You think, what are you talking about? That LCRA substation, my tax dollars, my grandparents' tax dollars, my parents' tax dollars, we've all paid for that. They're coming in and they're piggybacking on our stuff. So no, sir. No, sir. Now, let's get to it. Howard, I want y'all, everyone, Cheryl, you listen to this, because let me tell you something right now. He lied to you. He lied to you. Okay, look, it's section E. Exhibit E. Okay, approved extension plans, okay, that's page 20. Now I want you to go to page 3. That is blank. That is blank. You know why that's blank? Because they plan to do extensions. Okay, so go to page 3, second paragraph. Read that. Please read that. Because they're going to use their engineers, Palomino, they're going to use our engineers, and they're going to do extensions. Okay, so this is not what they're going to go with. It's not 500,000. This number is going to go up, and you won't vote on it because in there it says fish will be incorporated into the agreement. You will never meet on it again. You will never meet, you won't even see it. It'll be our engineers, their engineers. You won't see it if you approve this. Ben, I am so disappointed on you for not tabling this. We voted you in based on this issue. And they're trying to scare you, saying they're going to come after you personally with lawsuits. Bull, no. No, no, no. You are protected. Crystal clear, we'll foot that bill, okay? And I want my tax dollars going, or my rate paying going to defending that, because they will sue. But do not fall for this, because he is, you should, no, don't even talk, this is my time, sir. You should be fired. And if y'all go into executive session, make a motion to fire this man. He should have been fired. His predecessor wouldn't even show his face again. Howard, and I don't like you sitting next to him. You've been talking, it's rude as shit. Rude. Okay, refusal of service. Y'all can refuse this, okay? Page 23 of rules and regs. Number 7, refusal of service. If you couldn't refuse, then why is it in there? Number 3, that is it. Existence of a hazardous condition at the applicant's property which jeopardize the welfare of other customers of the district upon connection. That is what's happening. Use it. Use it. There's a reason you're voting on this. You can vote no. Okay, if it was just going to sail through, let it sail through. But you have a vote. Vote no. I'm begging you. An executive session key is going to scare you, and so is Nick. Nick, I don't know what's going on with you. I'm disappointed. Don't talk to me right now. How are you? Gross, 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 gross. Gross. Thank you.
You know, I sent an email trying to sign up earlier and I didn't get my permanent call, but maybe I.
Oh, maybe, yeah, you might be on there. What's your name?
Kay Weinberg. I sent it like, maybe before the.
I'll put you on there.
Yeah, probably not. Sorry, already.
You said K?
Yeah.
Abigail, you're fine. It was, you're right. I'm signed up.
One more time for your last.
It should have been, I sent an email, but I don't know, but.
WDIND or Weinberg.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, this lawyer's acting out of scope. Um, yeah, but even the way you responded to me, you're like not curious, you're like, you have just like a lot of opinions. Don't talk to me. I have my time to do talk so much and we're gonna talk a little bit. And what you're saying, it's like seems, it's like presented as sharing information, but actually what you're doing is like expressing a certain perspective. And it's like everyone seems to be consulting you at every single point. I get that people are afraid about uh, a lawsuit. I think immunity is pretty, I mean, I'm not an attorney. My understanding is personal immunity behind government board is actually pretty strong. That's a pretty strong precedent. So the chance of like people personally being held financially liable, there's like a pretty strong legal precedent for that not happening, right? It's more of a scary tactic that I'm not sure why you're playing into. But yeah, it's the board making decisions, not you. Yeah, and I thought, yeah. Um, yeah, that's about it. It's the board making decisions.
Thank you. Anybody else? Right there.
Yes. Oh, wait, sorry. Can I just one last thing? Sorry. Sorry, listeners. The last thing I wanted to say was that it feels prudent to take a look at this proposed contract, which would have a long-term effect. And just give it some time to look it over. I'm not sure why that's being I'm not sure what danger there is in like due diligence. I'm not an attorney, so maybe there's some way for you to frame not taking due diligence as dangerous, liability or something, but sure there's a way to say that in legalese. But my personal opinion as a layperson is like taking a little time, no harm in that.
And you go ahead, Sarah. Right. Yeah.
Saunders Yorker. I agree. The call to executive session over and over and over is really like kind of shady. I'm sure a lot of people in here would agree. Second, the like estimation of like what was it, 100 to 200 jobs. On their own documents, Palomino Alpha lists 75 jobs. That's what they have on like the tax abatement thing. I can pull it up right now and show it to you if you'd like, or you can believe me and we can do it later. But just like, I know he gives the range, but all of these developers do this where they're like, oh, it's 50 to 200. He knows the number. It's on a legal thing. It's 75. We have that. I can show you. Like they said, your personal legal repercussions for something that you do while sitting on a government board, that's like outside the realm of your concern. If you're afraid of doing your job because your potential, user is going to sue you, like you shouldn't be on this board. You are here to be brave. We don't need any cowards. Also, we heard this from the data center developers with Mayberry back in San Marcos. Another false comparison to residential areas, saying like, oh, this uses less than the residential areas, which are using all this water and power and have all this building, yada, yada, yada. There's no like there's no massive developments there right now. We can do what we can do to like push back on those as well, but they're not there at the moment. Like it's a false comparison to be made. Like Abigail said, private property rights end where direct harm is being done to the neighbors. I can't start, sending off chlorine gas from my backyard that affects my neighbors. Like it's pretty, yeah. And then my last thing is that I hear all this stuff about like, oh, we're acquiring tax benefits that will, do this stuff for the county for 20 years. Y'all haven't like secured water rights that far out, We might not have water in 20 years, but we'll have a really good tax base, apparently, maybe. If these things even survive that long, because if you look at the news for these AI data centers, which this definitely is, because, read the room, read the nation, that's what these things are being built for. We have materials to make data storage. This is a data production facility. All these data centers that they're trying to build, you don't need that much power for storing your Facebook photos or Google Drive sort of stuff. It's a, red herring, absolutely. Yeah, I think that's all that I got. Okay.
Yes, what was, did you sign up, sir? I just seen right name now. What was your name?
Luke Craft.
Craft?
Craft, KRAFT.
All right, go ahead.
And I just wanted to repeat what Director Benedito said earlier about, so Palomino Alpha does currently, they are trying to get a TCEQ permit to discharge 500,000 gallons of wastewater per day into York Creek, which flows into the lower St. Marks River. And I know when we last talked, you really emphasized TCEQ as kind of the body that could influence this more so than y'all can as voluntary, especially with Sullivan District. And so I just want to let you know that we are pursuing that. And for anyone else in the room, if TCEQ does not grant this permit, that cuts out all the middlemen. That cuts out the county. That cuts out the board. TCEQ is the governing body that can decide if they get to do what they want or not. So,
Thank you, appreciate it. Yes, you go ahead, yes. Did you sign up? I'm sorry, did.
Maybe someone signed me up.
You were in the email that I sent.
Okay.
What was your name?
SIFRED.
All right, thank you.
And prepare what I'm gonna say, I can say if we can, it'll be kind of hot, but TCQ, we are pursuing that angle, and also TCQ has a lot of discretion to deny contested case hearings, and they denied all pleas with the large data center which we built in Texas, so we're counting on y'all, who remembers, I mean, we're gonna try lots of strategies, right? But the one that feels most promising is y'all. Because we live in this community together, and folks who live, your neighbors elected y'all. And there's a lot of misinformation out there, and I'm sorry we haven't done a better job of providing y'all with accurate information, but like Saunders was saying, folks say the data center for this, for you, that's meant to make you feel complicit in this AI boom. But, you're not, you don't have to be complicit. You will be complicit if you grant water for this and around private property rights. I mean, I don't know if y'all read the recent research on the heat dome. I mean, this will affect a lot of people's enjoyment of their own personal property if it goes forward. And some things are said about, we don't even know what their power generation, there's nothing about how they're gonna generate power. There's all kinds of, negative externalities that amount to millions and millions of dollars, cancer, death, etc. But we don't really know. And one of the things we also really don't know, to Abigail's point about hazardous, is what they're gonna put in that water. This is I've spent, over a year researching data centers, and that is one of the biggest black box things that they will not tell you. It's always hidden behind an NDA. And so, and some of those chemicals, which we know to be carcinogenic in even small concentrations, are not federally regulated. So we might not, we're here over and over again, we don't have the tools. It's time for us to create the tools. We collectively need to create the tools and think outside of the box. And there are multiple legal interpretations. I'm sure y'all will hear one, but there are others of what tools we might be able to create together to stop this thing. And we're all just imploring y'all to take some time, slow down, and really think with all of your being and, all your conscientiousness, all your intellect, and all your love about how we can figure out a solution together, because this is not inevitable, and we can prevail. And this is, y'all heard a lot of powerful comments from a lot of people. I'll just leave it there. But we have consulted with other lawyers. The one that you can probably hear about.
Thank you. Anyone, yes, sir, yes, you go
My
ahead.
name's Sam Law. I signed up
Yes.
for both.
Yes,
Public
yes,
and
thank you.
this.
So I have a couple of different comments. One is that across the state, utilities, both electric, like ERCOT and water districts are being pressured to rapidly get into agreements. ERCOT, for example, said, wait, this is way too much. We need to do large, long-term studies. They're developing this batch zero process for interconnection queues, right? What I think that you guys should do is slow down. There's not a water availability study in this 270 pages, right? There's not a water availability study that says, oh, there's this many different users. You have a fiduciary responsibility to your existing ratepayers and your existing customers to ensure that they have water delivery. So like, that's not saying yes or no to this. That's just doing your homework. And something that is released the Friday before a public meeting where the agenda item on the official agenda doesn't give the details is like not giving anyone, the board members, but the general public enough time to understand what's happening. There is under Texas law and the interpretation of the Open Meetings Act requirements that if there's things of significant public interest, the way it's written into the agenda needs to clearly explain that to the public. I would say that a special utility district, which is to serve and provide water to their customers, taking on a new customer that's equivalent to about 1/3 to 1/4 of their existing water usage, contracting out for who knows how long this is going to be, is something that's of significant public interest. So this isn't saying like accept or deny it. Do your homework, do the studies, get independent water capacity studies that look at all the different large water users and form a subcommittee, right? There's not a rush. You know, even the ERCOT queue, they're not going to be able to build any of this for a while. Like, I think slow down, don't feel pressured, take your time, figure out what resources are available to really understand this. And I think it's really, really concerning. I want to reiterate the lack of transparency with executive session, where there's moments where you're hearing threats that you might be personally sued, and that's happening behind closed doors, that your decisions aren't being made in light of public. I think that's really concerning for our democratic process, right? We've seen this room packed, all these meetings packed. People are deeply concerned. So it's your job to take your time to show people that you're doing your due diligence. And I think that there's a way to do that that protects yourself. And I think that if you have a lawyer who's not willing to protect you, who's pressuring you to do things, you need to get a new lawyer.
Just really quickly, I understand there's a 270-page document and the board's talking going into executive session. You talked about Nick not being here talking midnight. If you guys are all going to sit and read a 270-page document to the point of understanding to be able to vote on it yet today or tomorrow morning, whenever the time is, I applaud you. But I don't see why you would even bother with the executive session when you should say, we're going to have everybody go home, do their homework, read this stuff, get smart on it, and then table this until we all know what we're really talking about and we can make informed decisions based on whatever we vote. But voting without all of the information in front of you, to me, seems really derelict and dangerous. That's it.
Anybody else? Okay, all right, so, I just did want to just tell people, just because the motion on the table was 3-3, it doesn't mean that we will vote on anything tonight. I mean, in order for us to talk about it at all, it has to be on the agenda. So I mean, that's the only reason it's on there. And you're right, we put all the thing online and you're right, we still have to read it, but I still have to have a discussion about it. So I mean, we may or may not do anything, but we still got to talk about it. So with that being said, we're going to go into executive session at 6:21 p.m. Ready, so we're ready to go. Okay, all right. Let's go back into regular session. No, wait. Yeah, right. Regular session at 8:05 p.m. All right, so I'm going to recall item 4D, update discussion. WNSSA Palomino Alpha LLC. After executive session and talking about this issue at length, do I have any motions?
Motion to table this.
The motion from Director Trant,
Second.
second, Treasurer Patterson. Any further discussion? Right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Looks like the ayes have it. All right, going into item 4E, updates to the following items from CCSUD General Manager staff. I'll just, you just read all those, Michael, or?
No, sir.
Okay.
We can go just one by one. So this was kind of, you know, one of the things that, you know, I know Mr. Vasquez is experienced with Kane Regional Water Authority and having each individual, you know, side of the business or at least of the operational side speaks to the business of their case. So we'll start off with employee recognition and as we tend to do, Matt was our employee of the month. He's been with us a little less than a year. He's been in the meter department. He's done great things out there. He continues to be, I think we've had several either emails or several text messages come through to, especially I know one of the nights of the storms, you know, we had a customer come through and just give them kudos for going above and beyond and working through that to get them restored with service. So Matt is just doing a great job. We had one operator, his name is Trey Quintero. He has his license. He achieved his D-class license. He's been with the company for a little under a year as well, I believe. So he's now a D-licensed operator. We've had 3 new hires. We have 2 in leaks, and then we have 1 part-time employee, temporary employee who is helping out with the compliance department. And we still have 1 open position in the leaks department. If anyone is interested or anyone knows anyone, you're still taking applications for the leaks department. And then again, I'm sorry, this isn't y'all's board packet, but it is, and I do plan to keep it there all the time and bring it up to, it does. I don't have the numbers added up right up here, but everything else is right down here. This just shows we have that 1 open lead position, the temporary employee, her name is Joni, and then all the other positions by size and leads and within the organizational chart. We had a couple anniversaries roll through. We had Angela. Angela hit her second 1 year. She did a stint with Crystal Clear years back and went away for a little bit and returned, and she just hit her second 1 year. She's actually currently the CSR lead. She's doing a great job in that department. And then again, we've had several recognitions from the public for, again, Nancy within our CSRs and Bubba, who's Bubba hit 4 years. I don't know if I said that. Yeah, Bubba hit 4 years and Bubba and Matt, just, you know, the crews out there doing good and great things for the district. Number 2, we'll go into the business and operations. So starting off with me, general manager update, you know, as things start to kind of get ironed out, you know, I'll provide a more detailed update, but I have been going out, like Dennis pointed out. I did go to the Kingsbury meeting to talk to, just kind of let them know we do have that construction that's actively going on down Kingsbury Road. And that is a water line extension that the board had approved a couple months back. And they are probably, I don't want to get to, I know it's in Stephanie's report, but just again, just kind of making that engagement with the local community, giving them a face, so that way if there's any questions or concerns, they're able to reach out. So that was nice to do that as well. And then, I'm sorry, there's the organizational chart. If you have any questions on that, I do, you know, would like to point out that Yesenia will probably not be at next month's board meeting, as she will be welcoming in for her new baby. So son, sorry if you don't let me shut up, Yesenia. But yeah, right. Just so there's that. And then for the operations report, I'll let Brad go ahead and do his thing. His report is in the board package, but I'll let him kind of speak to that.
Yeah, so operations report for April 2026, production and water loss for April, total production roughly 61.5 million gallons. Roughly 39 million of that was purchased water, 22 million of that was self-pumped water. Our unidentified water loss for the month of April was roughly 11.5 million gallons. I do want to bring your attention the March water loss report. I'm sure as many of you remember the outrageous number of 28 million gallons. That was due to a miscalculation in the Excel sheet that I used to calculate our production versus water loss. It is now accurately represented in your water loss report there, which has brought it down significantly for the month of March from 28 million to 15.3 million. So that was a miscalculation error on my part, and I apologize to the board and public for that. Crystal Clear is currently working to restructure the water loss report to more mirror the annual TWDB water loss audit that we perform every year. There's certain criteria in there that they ask that we give them, so we are wanting to create a water loss report that we have that is more in line with that report, so that data is readily available. We're not having to source that information.
It is an extremely in-depth report that, as far as TWBD staff and Texas Water Development Board, once you reach a certain threshold as far as connections and or population base, and if you have current loans through the Water Development Board, which we do, you are required to supply this annually. So just to, we're going to try to take all that information and put it in a way that makes it easier for us to facilitate that information when we're supposed to, when it comes time for us to do it. But I think it'll help paint, it'll keep us accountable, and it'll really give us some, we've done, Brad, I want to just give Brad a lot of kudos between him and Angela and the office staff. We have really looked at all kinds of different, ways where we could be losing water. And there's been a lot of things that have been discovered as far as like old accounts, meters and locations where we weren't aware of and stuff like that. So their water loss is going to significantly be affected by some of the homework and the in-depth work that they have been doing. Sorry.
Continue on to meter sets. Crystal Clear installed 34 meters in the month of April, bringing the number of active meter connections to 7,407. Crystal Clear conducted 45 leak repairs for the month of April, and we completed all necessary sampling requirements in conjunction with CCSUD compliance. Crystal Clear will be adding microbial samples for the month of this month, actually June, to stay ahead of compliance requirements in regards to population and bacteria requirements. Personnel, Michael kind of already talked about this, but we had one employee resignation from the leak department and 2 new hires in the leak department, leaving one that's equal. That's my report.
Any questions? Right, moving on, we will go to projects updates for staff.
Okay, so right now the guys, all of the leak inspectors that you saw on the chart that Michael had on the board, they all between them have at least 8 active subdivisions that they are all monitoring, plus the Kingsbury line that's going in now, which they have to date laid approximately 1,500 feet. There is tonight up for discussion, or not up for discussion, up for award is the second project of the year. That will be the old Bastrop line. That will be added to the inspector's roster and they'll take that on. I'm assuming once we have notice to proceed, will be probably about 6 weeks and we'll see action start moving on old Bastrop, give or take. We do have, like Michael said, Joni come on and start helping with the compliance department. On the 13 or some odd CIP projects that you see listed on my report in the packet. Easements are moving forward on the majority of those. That's about it.
Questions? All right, moving on. All right, moving on to office manager. Please, you can say here.
Office update, as of right now, the late notices that were sent out for the month of May were 688. Out of those cutoffs for May were 87 customers. Written grievances, where there was just a total of 1 active, from the last meeting, that it was closed at the general manager level. And that was the multiple dwellings and also the one that spoke, today in regards to her written grievance. As you can tell, I'm wearing a name tag now. All of my staff has name tags, so they are going to be wearing name tags that's easily available when speaking to customers. A new phone system
has been, ordered, and in place to start recording, the ability to be able to record calls. So that way we can, look back, listen back and, do any corrective action if necessary.
That should
Um,
be, sorry, but that should be in place by July 1 for sure.
Yeah.
I've received the onboarding email. There's just some work to be done there, so that is.
We have to make sure it, everything comes in and stuff like that, so that will be in effect probably when I'm out, but you guys will get the update from the ones that are here. Lobby sign, there is now, in the lobby, a, complaint sign, that has information regarding, how to file a complaint if they don't wanna go through the procedures of, emailing or anything like that, they can just call the phone number, that is gonna be my direct line. So, and while I'm out, there's already in place of who would be answering those calls, so. We have worked with IT also on, extending, recordings, for the building, so now it's it's gonna stay for 60 days.
At a minimum.
At a minimum, yes. Some upcoming things, Crystal Clear, we signed up for the 4th of July parades for Seguin and Kingsbury. So be on the lookout for our, little trailers.
Sorry, Staples, not
Oh,
Kingsbury.
Kingsbury, yeah, Kingsbury Staples.
No, Seguin and Staples, sorry.
Seguin and Staples. Cybersecurity training is gonna be due before August, so that's gonna be for board and staff, so that's gonna be coming up here in the next meetings. And then my last update is that I will be going on maternity leave probably by next week, so the point of contact will be Michael for anything office related.
Great change. That's correct.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you guys.
All right, so moving on, sorry, to finance, sorry, Jennifer. She said she was leaving on maternity leave, and I was just like, shit. But no. Yeah, so Jennifer is going to update you finances.
Just the cash flow, because y'all are just not up on the financials, but I just wanted to let you know, just to point out that we are at the half year mark that we are reporting on actuals for. And we, so 50% of the year, our expenses are at 46%, so that's good, because it's under, but I will also point out that our revenue is only at 45. So it is also under that 50%. And so I think that has a lot to do with, the last couple of months. We typically have larger revenue than the range, which we are all thankful for. So, that's why we're just a little bit. As we get into these hotter months, as we know, it'll probably, rise. And I think that's all I had for that much.
That's great, thank you. Moving on to, number, 4.3, or 4E3,
yes, sir.
4E3, Canyon Regional Water Authority.
So this was gonna be my opportunity for myself and Velasquez to kind of bring y'all up to speed on anything CRWA related. I apologize, I thought I had the draft minutes from the last meeting in front of me, but again, for those of you that just kind of need refreshers, Canyon Regional Water Authority is one of our host health providers. We do receive water from both the Hayes Caldwell and the Lake Dunlap location. Our usage has been tracking underneath. They are entering their budget season, as are we, and there's just some, we're just trying to ensure that they're, the one thing that semi plagues them, and obviously it plagues most water utility districts, it's just the deferred maintenance. So they're operating from a point of reaction versus being proactive, which, again, can get troublesome, not just for Crystal Clear as one of their the members of that entity, but we are definitely on track with that. They have several construction items going on at the Lake Dunlap facility itself, as well as if you were to drive off of Highway 80, off of Old Bastrop, after you pass Old Bastrop Highway in between the 110, that is where the Hayes Caldwell facility is located, and they're in the process of rehabbing a tank. We are again, just as it pertains to our budget season, when Jennifer comes back with the numbers as far as what our Canyon Regional payment's gonna be, over these reports, it'll kind of make sense on, the intent is to make sure that it, you're privy to the information that is pertains to CRWA. So, just wanting, again, give the specific line items so that way we, as we attend the board meetings, we were able to come back and update the board on things that are going on at our wholesale providers. And the next board meeting for Canyon, like today, I had the board managers meeting. Brad will get into that one here next, but just because we pushed the meeting back a week, usually, you know, we wouldn't have had an updated meeting today. One of the things to kind of think about is we are participating in the Wells Ranch agreements. The Gonzales County Groundwater Conservation District is rewriting some of their rules. So that's something that they have on their agenda that we're watching really closely. There's just, again, there's a lot going on with CRWA, but things that need to be brought to the board's attention at this level, we will do that. And I am in the process of working with that general manager to come to the board to introduce himself, because I do feel that it is important for him to get out to his, the other utility providers that make up Canyon Regional, because just the way, you know, the ratepayers here pay our bills, we pay Canyon Regional bills, and we want to make sure that we all know who's who when it comes to CRWA. So, if any questions on the board of trustees, the next board meeting is next Monday.
So the board members want to get kind of familiar with what the meetings are. Those are online, is that correct?
Yes, sir. So CRWA does post their meetings online as well as their agenda, crwa.com. And so if you want to read through any of that information, if you have any questions, please feel free to direct them to myself or Ms. Lasky as our recipient. Either way, we'll do everything we can to give those updates. Again, my intent is to have him come out to the next meeting, whenever that is, to just at least make face and introduce.
Good idea. Good idea.
Because I'm out there for introduce him. Three, double I, board of managers, Brad, I'll let you go and take that one.
Yeah, so the board managers meeting for CRWA took place on May 6, 2026. A lot of new board managers on this manager. Obviously, you guys elected me to be on there, as well as some other entities as well, added some people. Phil Gage was the acting chair and was voted as the chair again from Green Valley SUD. Then went into talk about projects regarding the Hayes Caldwell and Wells Ranch facilities. There's some issues with their wells that they're having rectified, that are, you know, we refer to it as involuntary curtailment. Because of these wells being down, you know, obviously we don't have the ability to produce that water, and for all these involved. So those projects are ongoing still. I believe, after our board of managers meeting today, they were thinking about a month out, they would have a better idea of when that would be completed.
Yeah, so Phil kind of provides these reports. He's the general manager for Greenhouse Special Utility District. He is very thorough in what we're doing there and what the mission is of the board of managers. The board of managers is designed to be either operational manager, general manager type level of staff for the entities that make up CRWA. Just as a way to offer that subject matter expert opinions as it comes to some of these items that come up for questionings, or just that staff needs guidance on. So with some of the wells being down, you know, we're looking for just CRWA to be more proactive in providing information, so that way we as the retail providers from them can adjust fire if we need to based on the amount of water. So if they're having issues at Lake Dunlap, then we can help them by maybe shutting off the Lake Dunlap water, but opening up the Arwell water. So it's just, again, trying to make sure that we have great communication amongst the board managers. This one was this your first one, right? Or no? Yeah. So we're getting Brad up to speed on that, but it is comprised of everyone from the city of Cibolo, all the way to County Line, Maxwell. Again, it's a lot of different utility providers that make up CRWA. So pending any questions, his report, which he supplies, is here for you to read.
Thank you. Alliance Regional Water, number 4.
Yes, sir. Alliance Regional Water Authority. So the board did nominate me to represent. I'm currently doing that. We held officer elections. I am technically the vice chair for ARWA, so I was reselected for that. I'm also part of the administrative committee as well as the technical committee, which is like another version of a construction committee. You know, based off of my experience with Wells Ranch and CRWA for 5 years and knowing some of the things that are coming down the pipe. One of the things that I think's been done year over year is Grant Moore has came to the district and asked for more money for different various reasons, and it's looking like this is going to be no different. What I can say is there is extreme pushback, not just from myself, but from the city of Kyle, Green Valley. There is plenty of questions about the process that they're looking to do for their phase 1C and 1D. In the packet, I do have the minutes from the or I have the agenda from the May meeting, just so you can see what the agenda was. And then there's the minutes from the April meeting, in case you wanted to just kind of read about some of the decisions that are being made with ARWA. I do have in the packet as well, the kind of update on what they're going for as far as the 1C and 1D Carrizo expansion. Is what it's being called. It's an upgrade. It's a double in size for the treatment facility itself, and it's some additional infrastructure throughout their distribution system. They're looking at it, going at it from what they call a CMAR, which is a construction manager at risk. And what that means is that basically means that the prices that these construction managers provide, they provide what's called GMPs, or guaranteed maximum prices. Again, it's not being accepted really well. There's going to be a lot more information, and it is also something that I'm looking at Graham. Instead of waiting for him to come and give his report, I'm trying to get him also to the next meeting to kind of explain to you on where we're at with this expansion. I just wanted, and I did kind of bring this back. I think I sent an email out with a presentation about 2 months ago, trying to explain kind of what ARWA is for the fact that, you know, potentially if they're going to go out for funding, it's looking like they are. Because of the iron issue that they had, I don't know if you remember last year, he came and talked about the iron issue. They had to take some of the funds that were designed for 1C and 1D and put that towards a temporary filtration for the iron. And that's left a gap in the remaining funding that's required for the phase 1C and D expansion. So in your packet, it's not necessarily page 92, but it's labeled page 92 in the packet. That kind of breaks down what potentially, if they do go out and ask for funding, what Crystal Clear's could be, what Graham was coming Crystal Clear has. And again, there's a lot of information that everyone's asking.
How long has Graham been at Orwell?
As long as I've known there, or from the beginning.
As far as I can recall, it's at least 4 times that I'm privy to that he's come up saying, hey, we're over the budget, need more money, hey, we're over the budget.
Yes, sir.
Why is that guy still at the helm?
So that is one of those questions that obviously, myself, the city of San Marcos, that again, for those of you that don't understand, this is a regional water supply that kind of goes through Buda, Maxwell, County Line, Crystal Clear. Water goes all the way through on the other side of CRWA. It's the line that's running along 1339. You see the stuff. So that why he's still there, sir, is not necessarily a question that I have an answer for, but I can tell you that there is a different level of a microscope when it comes to myself and some of the other providers when this is being the issue. We don't necessarily agree that this may be the right path to go. So there is a special meeting that's going to be held to go over the construction manager project itself. And there's going to be just a lot of digging into those prices, just to ensure that, again, when they come to the district, you as the board have a detailed explanation on what you're going to be, what you're looking at. And I will give you my recommendation on whether this is the most efficient way to go about it.
How many voting members in Orwell?
11, I believe, off the top of my head, sir.
A simple majority to replace this fellow?
Like, yes, sir, like anywhere else, yes, sir. So, again, just with him being the man, I think he saw it up from HCPUA. I think he saw it from when its existence, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so, again, there are tough questions being asked, I can assure you that. So, again, as we keep moving on, if there's anything that needs to be brought to the board's attention prior to the next meeting, even if it's something that comes out of this review of the construction manager stuff, I will want to ensure that the board receives all the documentation in my recommendation going forward. And that board meeting is usually held the Wednesday before our board meeting, so the fourth Wednesday of every month, and the location does vary. So if you're interested in going to these board meetings, they are, again, public meetings.
Are they posted?
Yes, sir. They are posted online as well on arwood.com, or is it arwood.org? Maybe it's arwood.com. Yes, sir.
Thank you. F, update discussion, possible action, district boundaries for voting purposes.
Jump in. There are two basic methods. Well, let's outline the problem and we outline the solution. Crystal Clear's political boundaries, inside which landowners can vote, were established when Crystal Clear.
Landowners or customers? So they were citizen customers.
Citizen customers can vote inside that political boundary. That boundary was created by the legislature when Crystal Clear WSC became Crystal Clear Special Utility District. The district's surface area is not bounded by its political boundaries, meaning Crystal Clear can and does serve people that reside outside of Crystal Clear's political boundaries. Okay, problem stated. Solutions. Two potential solutions. There is a petition track that is initiated by landowners. There are actually two different petition methods that landowners can avail themselves of. But those petition methods require those landowners to petition this board of directors. And 49,301 and 49,302, I believe. Let me just look real quickly. I don't want to misstate this. Sorry, y'all. Yes, 49,301 and 49,302. There are some minor variations between them, but it requires that those customers petition the board of directors.
Crystal Clear.
Yes, correct. The second method, which is a heavier lift and creates some possibilities, is Crystal Clear approaches elected officials and asks elected officials to sponsor a bill to reestablish Crystal Clear's boundaries. Or alternatively, this is a problem that is not unique to Crystal Clear. This is a problem that is unique to a number of special utility districts whose CCN exceeds their political boundaries in some locations. We are looking for a number of SUD clients at the possibility of addressing this problem with respect to special utility districts only in Chapter 65 of the Water Code, which governs special utility districts. The benefit of going that direction is we can establish a more permanent fix. So that petition process, Crystal Clear's CCN can and will grow. Going to the legislature now and saying, fix this problem just for Crystal Clear, you only just fix that problem until Crystal Clear's CCN expands outside of its existing boundaries. A better fix is to look at Chapter 65 that governs special utility districts generally and say, let's find a solution that helps not only Crystal Clear, but all of the SUDs that find themselves in that situation. And let's make that solution automatic so that we don't have to go, landowners don't have to petition, and Crystal Clear doesn't have to reapproach the legislature session after session to fix that problem. Obviously, a universal fix would be vastly preferable and has the benefit of helping not only Crystal Clear, but all SUDs, so that you don't have customers that don't have voting entitlement.
Okay. And just for the public to know, in the last election, we had a couple of Crystal Clear customers, citizens that were eligible to vote that could not vote on the Crystal Clear ballot. And they were rather frustrated saying, hey, I'm a Crystal Clear customer, I'm in your service area, but I can't vote for director. So they brought that concern to us and we said, hey, we got to address this.
Correct. And it's just a minor correction that they were not entitled to vote. although they were customers. Yeah.
Yeah, it should have been entitled, yeah, there you go, yeah. So that's what we're addressing.
Yeah, and so, as far as, my recommendation to the board would be, let's pursue a universal fix that will solve this problem in perpetuity.
And what does that entail?
That entails direction, from the board to address this issue, staff and council to address this issue. We're rapidly approaching the next regular session of the Texas legislature, which will begin in January 2027. Bill pre-filing will begin in October. This is, a universal and automatic fix has a lot of appeal to it, I think. And there's, I think that is, but again, this is the legislature, right? You have to get a bill filed. You want a companion file. You got to get through committee. You got to get through, committee amendments. You got to get through the House and Senate, and then you've got to get by the governor. And so these are things that I've worked on quite a bit over the years successfully. And so, and the beauty also is that this is something that our firm could do not only for Crystal Clear, but for other special utility districts. And so that expense could be allocated.
Would now be the time to get that going since we're in office?
I would appreciate that direction. I'd appreciate the motion. Yeah.
It will not help this election.
No, yeah, and, there are these 49,301 and 49,302 opportunities, but they are landowner initiated. So the only way that Crystal Clear can take affirmative action to fix the problem is to either seek a general fix in Chapter 65 or seek a Crystal Clear specific fix in Crystal Clear's separate enabling legislation. In order of priority, the best of all possible worlds is fix this problem for everybody, because that creates the most benefit and it provides a better explanation to elected officials as to why we were asking.
Chapter 65, you're saying?
Yeah.
How would the wording of that motion be?
How about, I will state a motion, and if it sounds good, somebody may adopt. Motion, Board of Directors authorize out general counsel to pursue potential legislative remedies for customers not permitted to vote by virtue of the fact that they live outside the district's political members. And I don't want to limit it to just Chapter 65 to your point, because we may have to pivot.
Oh, so, okay, very well, excellent.
Motion made by VP Benavides. Second, Treasurer Patterson. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right. I think you're good volunteer to testify at the legislature there.
Absolutely, you know it.
Okay, wanted to G, update discussion, possible action, updated drought contingency plan.
Yes, so kind of looking at addressing the issue with the drought contingency plan and coming up with a way that kind of speaks to the entire profile. I did send this to the board about a week and a half ago, and I have not received back any questions. Again, just trying to do things that again speak to the entire district of the board, or I'm sorry, the entire water profile of the boards or of the district in a way that again, just not uses the drought contingency, not in a way to limit, infrastructure, but more so do what it's intended to do, which is try to find ways to have our customers curtail usage. We don't have the policing authority. We don't have the ability to go out there and write fines or do anything of that nature. So one of the ways that we looked at doing that was coming up with based off what drought stage we're in, do a surge calculator and do it again. I gave that video. If there's any other questions on it, I'm more than happy to answer.
I saw it, but honestly, it's a lot. It is a lot. It's a really good video. I love the voiceover, but there's a lot of thinking to do, especially for something as important as the drought contingency plan. That they haven't gotten any questions from me in that regard. That you get so many questions from there. And the lack of questions tells you that I haven't delved into it yet. I couldn't vote on it just because I have not chewed on it.
Yes, sir. I mean, again, I'm more than happy to answer the questions about it, so pending whatever motion that the board so choose to go with.
I'd like to, I want to comment on this. It's an agenda item.
Well, okay.
Yeah, absolutely, I can.
Well, I just didn't know if you signed up for that.
I did,
That's-
yeah, I did. Yeah, this is trash. I can argue anything and everything on every page, and I feel like, seriously, first of all, yeah, but right here, it was done 2 years ago. Why are we wasting staff resources on this? Okay? I know why you're doing it, okay? For 6 months, we've been telling you, specifically me, why are we not stage 4? Why are we not stage 4? You know, you follow the attorney's lead on everything, you know, but the one rule that's actually written down, you don't. And then all of a sudden now you have the J17 well index up there. I mean, are you kidding me? There is no way, and I'm pretty smart, there is no way I can do these calculations. No person, no layman person will ever be able to do this. You don't have the spreadsheet in there. You say you have your own curtailment calculator. I mean, are you kidding me? So, and it's just you. There's no mention of the board having any say. I mean, my God, no way. No way am I gonna depend on you for this. Absolutely. I do not trust you. You didn't do your job for 6 months. And I know you were acting for a couple until you got in there, but my goodness, this is ridiculous. And instead of like shutting them off at stage 4, which we should have been from October to April, there should have been no new service contracts, standard or non-standard. And I've done open records to find out how many y'all did, because those are actually illegal. Howard, you should chime on this, not on my time though. Okay, so it's ridiculous that you're doing this. And then this new one, all they have to do is just pay more money. You don't shut anyone off. You don't stop it. You don't stop the bleed. You just like, well, you've used 50,000, you'll pay 20% more. And I also looked in here, residential persons like me, and then the data center, they pay the same amount, like percentage wise. Like, are you kidding me? Like, what is going on? I don't know who did this or who put this together. I know Howard has his hands on it because it stinks, but it's just ludicrous, absolutely ludicrous that you were doing this. You were making it so convoluted to where nobody can figure it out. Your own board couldn't do this. So I'd love to see a demonstration, like, okay, we're in stage 3, then like, pull it up and input those numbers. Because we need, like, I want that spreadsheet that you're using. I don't want to, no, I want to see you input the numbers.
Yes, ma'am. We'll do that right here.
Hold on, I'm not done. All right. Yeah, just, it's only your discretion. And the board should have a say in that, because if the general manager chooses not to put us in an adequate stage, then the board should come in and vote for it. But these numbers and what you're doing, I mean, there's no way we can get some of these numbers. We'll have to call you and have to do an open record, blah, blah, blah. And honestly, I don't trust you. It stinks. Doesn't pass the smell test. Thank you.
So to address a couple of those things, so here's here's a couple of ways we went about it. So actually, I don't have it up here, but here's the curtailment calculator. So essentially, not drop that other form into it, but if we were in, let's say, well, first and foremost, any customer below 10,000 gallons per month or 10,000 gallons per month is not being affected, which is the usual. If you were to take a three individuals or what they consider a common household, which is 2 parents and a child, it would come out to a little over 9,000 gallons a month. If they were to use 100 gallons a day or 300 gallons a day for the entire household. So we kept them unchanged no matter what through any moment in time. And then if the intent is also to find a way to implement this and put this on our website, so that way customers can go in there and operate it and work underneath it and kind of see what their bills would be. But for an example, if we, I don't have it, I thought I pulled up the wrong one, but under the one that I sent the board, it does have the curtailment and how we take the entire profile of the CRW or the GBRA, what conditions they're in, If you remember the last board meeting, they don't go into a curtailment to a stage 4, and then even, everything up to that's a voluntary thing. So the EAA currently right now, and to address the fact that it did show up, is because I did learn recently that there is a widget that you could install on our website, and that's what kind of, I don't like where it's at the very top, but I tried to play with it for a while, and that's the only place that our website would allow for it to go. But that widget just updates every day with the EAA, and again, knowing that drought does fluctuate, but it does show the current stage. The current stage is 2. We're icicle as the district, keep us in 3. Even with that being said, but taking all those things into consideration, you would put in here how much a customer would use, and if you would have to be truly in stage even if you were to go stage 4, or let's say stage 1, and if you found somebody that used, again, 9,999 gallons, there would be no effect from their bill. So their bill usage would be the $76. So there's no difference there. The moment they get above 10,000, so if they were to go to 12,000 gallons, go ahead.
Can I clarify something? This is not including base rates. This is just.
Yeah, this is consumption only. So if you were to go to 12,000 gallons, I'm sorry, let me go back and do it this way, 9,999 gallons. If you went all the way to stage 4, to stage 2, there's no change. Stage 3, there's no change. Stage 4, there's no change. If you went above that and you went to 12,000 gallons, let's say somebody used 12,000 gallons and we were in stage 1, no change. Again, it steps up and it escalates based off the usage. Stage 2, no change. Stage 3, there you would see $1.90 difference if we were in stage 3 and somebody used 12,000 gallons. So again, we're not trying to come out here and price gouge. We're just trying to do what we can to make the subtle changes to let customers know, like, hey, we are in this stage, and if you decide not to curtail, this is what you're going to be. These are the rates you'll be hit with. Stage 4, go ahead, Brad.
I'd also like to inform the board and the public that the percentage changes only for that tier. So it's, for example,
Yeah.
here, it's not for the entire.
Yeah, so it's not 15% on the top of your entire bill. So for example, if you utilize, going back to, let's just say you utilize 11,000 gallons here. The only thing that you're being surcharged on is the 1,000 gallons that you went above. The 10% would be the 1,000 gallons that you went into this tier. So again, that's why it's $1.43 versus $8, which is what 10% would be on $87. So
The tax bracket.
yeah, it's very much so, sir, and it's incremental. Again, as you get higher into the usage and the more, so when you do have those people that like to keep their grass green, then you want to make sure that they kind of feel it. So when you start getting into the 30,000 gallons a month, you're looking at the surcharge of $40, because to me, you're utilizing more water than what you really need to. So again, I think this is very transparent. We're trying to do this in a way, again, that we post this up on our website. It would not be anything or we would post a link for customers to have access to it. Staff has got together and said, based off of billing, this is not something we would even want to implement until next fiscal year. So that way it gives us the next 4 months to go out there, educate the public, educate everyone on how we plan to move forward with this. So this takes everything into account. And again, it is all based off of what stage we're in at the time. So again, for the sake of trying to do what we can to have the customers curtail usage, this was an avenue that myself and M&S worked hard at. Brad worked hard at. We worked hard at it over the last 2 months, I would say, for sure, 2.5 months, to do something that, again, spoke to the entire district's profile. And if there is an issue with my discretion, then the board I would not do something without obviously letting. I think that's one thing that this board I would hope agree on, is the transparency, or at least the level of information that I try to bring up to the board as it comes to my purview. So again, I feel really confident and the work that staff has done to get us to this. Again, it is a very incremental. The rates can be adjusted. If we go through a year of this and we see that, hey, we're still really not making a dent, or hey, we adjust the rates, again, those are the percentage surcharges. That's something that can be done as well. But again, the intent is to put this on a link to this on our website, allow customers to have the ability to experience what their water usage is, and then again, just illustrate that it does not affect any customer below 10,000 gallons.
Real quick, I know I'm gonna talk out, you're gonna get mad at me, I'm sorry. I don't care about how much we pay. I'm asking how do we get triggered into the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5? This doesn't matter, okay?
So, and I apologize, Mr. President, in the email that I sent y'all, it does have that second, calculator in it. It does show you, it's a mixture of the curtailment across all of our boards, or all of our water resources. So again, with our EAA stage 1 well, that's the older well, that's the one that right now, the CFS for the EAA is at 86 CFS. So it essentially averages out to 40%. So for that first well, it goes straight from no curtailment to 40% curtailment. The stage, or well 2, that's the one that goes with the stages of the EAA. So currently our curtailment is based off of stage 2 curtailment. Then we take in the GBRA when they go in stage 4, and that's where we entered in, if y'all remember, we entered into that sharing agreement across the board with CRWA as far as the GBRA, because they're the ones that set that curtailment. So once that 11% kicks in for Hayes Caldwell, the 7% kicks in for CRWA, and then it takes into consideration the EAA percentage for each well. Our Alliance Regional Water Authority, those wells have no curtailment, even so there's no curtailment there, but we do take all the curtailment across the board and then put it into what our new allotment is for the district based off of all that information.
The voiceover presentation you gave us, does that explain how you reached stage 1?
Yes, sir.
Stage 2?
It explained it all, yes, sir.
Okay. Again, I'll look into that one. I'm sure I'm gonna have some questions, but haven't gone there yet.
I mean, is there any other motions from the board that look to go about this? Yes, ma'am.
I want to make a motion to table this also, because there's a whole lot of stuff we need to know, and we've got a lot more to do, and it's been a long night.
Was there more? Were you able to see that email, Mr. Chair?
I saw the email.
Motion.
I mean, I don't know, I just don't think there's a big rush here. We didn't rush to go into stage 4, and all of a sudden we're having a rush to do this. So let's just slow down.
Second on the motion.
Motion, table Director Grant, second, VP Benavides. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor of the table, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, it's like the ayes have it. All right, H, update discussion, possible action, old fast drop highway recommendation of the lower track.
This is just the old backdrop line that I talked about earlier in my monthly report. It's running about 15,000 feet of 16-inch line down old backdrop. That bidder came in to be Atlas Construction at 3.4 million and some change. And the notice to award is in your packet.
So we are in need of a recommendation on from the board. The motion is on the SBS sheet in order to allow us to get this project going and get some things getting done in this district.
Maybe the board of directors approve the award for the South Old Bastrop Highway Project to Atlas Construction Corporation in the amount of $3,453,093.33.
That's second. Motion made by Treasurer Patterson, second by Director Rosca. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Update, I'm sorry, aye. Update discussion, possible action, bank signatories.
This is just, again, the resolution, removing, direct cash off of the statement, so they just need a resolution showing that she's to be removed, but everyone else will remain the same.
Can we do a resolution moving her and adding Ms. Patterson?
We could, but that would require me getting the documents before I leave. I have the documents already for us to sign, so I can give it to the bank. So my recommendation is that we have enough people to sign checks and, on our account right now, so in January, we can present them again to have treasurer, of course, on the statement, on the big account.
Okay. So if she's not on the bank account, excuse me, she wanted to get bank records or something, she could. Till,
Yeah, we can definitely send her anything that
but if she went directly to the bank to get the bank records, she could not.
she would not be able to.
Until we pass it. So can we pass that on the next meeting? To get it on the bank?
That's something you would be interested in doing, Ms. Patterson, if going to the bank itself? Because the staff will provide the same information the bank gives you.
I mean, as long as I can get it from somebody.
So, I mean, with the staff is able to provide that information, so, that I just wanted to point that out.
Have any motion on that?
Motion, move to approve the resolution authorizing bank signatories as presented.
Motion by DP Benavides, second by Treasurer Cash. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
I mean, that's it, yeah, I'm sorry. Treasurer Patterson.
Yeah.
Unanimously approved. Yes, not Cash, Patterson. Update discussion, Jay, update discussion, possible action, pricing disclosures.
Yes, so this was just kind of, Mr. Benavides, I know you had kind of asked for that to be on the agenda to something. I think we just wanted to give you the opportunity to ask staff the questions as far as, what you, some of the inquiries you had made about pricing disclosures as it pertains to, development or in general, so whatever.
Well, we serve developers, but what we encountered with Ms. Garcia, when she was asked, when she asked how much it was gonna cost me, and her original complaint, because we won't call it that on her email, says that she never got a straight answer. And that had been my experience also with previous management. So what we want to do is if a customer asks us, hey, how much is this gonna cost? Whether it's 1 meter at their house or what have you, we give them straight answers. This is how much your feasibility is. If they say yay, well, then we proceed. This is how much your meter is gonna cost, your water acquisition, the whole shebang. If the feasibility says no, well, that's it. We can't give you water. That's as far as it goes. But not have this piecemeal information given to the customers, which is what I personally experienced and what Ms. Garcia also experienced. Give them full disclosure.
You want to add to that?
I think if I understand the question correctly, there are things that we can absolutely say from the get-go, which is the basic meter study is a set cost. That we have set costs for water acquisition and whatnot. But the one thing in a standard meter study thing that we would not know is if they need a bore. We don't know what construction is until that study comes back, so those prices aren't available until it comes back and then they're quoted. If we're talking a developer standpoint, then there's even a bigger wait time as we're waiting for what needs to be happening in order to get service from point A to point B. So in reality, once that feasibility study is submitted, we have to wait for that to come back in order to know what's expected and what that quote is. So absolutely right off the bat, you want to know the price of the meter is this, construction aside. Here are our rates, here's our sheet, it covers everything, 5/8 inch meter, good to go. It's that after this, it's waiting for that feasibility study to know what the construction is and what the quote is for that.
Would you say this is correct, saying, okay, Ms. Garcia, for example, you're gonna pay us $600. Pending our answer from the feasibility study, pending what it tells, we need to bore, we need to throw a line from somewhere, whatever, assuming we don't need to do anything of that, you got 8,000 and change for your water acquisition fee, you got so many thousand for your impact fee, you got so much for the meter install fee, you got so much for blah, blah.
Yes, sir. I think for that,
Specifics.
yeah, there's no doubt that we can provide that information. I think that as it pertains to Ms. Garcia, there was definitely some communication failure on staff's part, and I do plan to.
And before that had happened to me directly.
Yes,
So that's
sir.
why when she sent her email, I felt it because I had lived exactly the same thing.
Yes, sir.
Piecemeal information.
Yes, sir. And I think, I know MLS did give a ribbon presentation back in, I think, January over the impact fees and stuff. Or not impact fees, but the feasibility studies for a general meter and then for a bigger meter. I promise I didn't mean anything by that. But as far as what we know to know, they will know and they'll go with that.
That's what we want, yes. Sir.
So I do plan to again,
Straight shooting.
yes, sir. Well, transparency.
With my secretary as well, since that, meeting with Garcia.
But it'll make everybody's life so much easier.
So I think that closed out now, sir. So we want to move on to the next one.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna go to update discussion, possible action. City of Kyle, Arwen lease.
Yeah, so, you know, going back to the paper pay stuff with the city of, with our Alliance Regional Water Authority. We have 1172 available as far as acre footage right now with phase 1B. We don't typically use all of our RO water because it is the more expensive of the water to take. So we do what we can to, this is a very short-term agreement. This is a 1-year agreement while Kyle waits for phase 1C and 1D to finish, which is again, part of the discussion that we've had with Alliance Regional Water Authority. What this does is this gives us the ability to help out a neighboring city as well as bring revenue back into the district to offset some of those costs that we pay or that we would pay. It is a 12-month contract, which can be renewed in 6-month increments if we see that that's still available for us. So it's very protected against us giving the ability. So at 6 months, if we know that, hey, this isn't gonna work, we need water, but in case maybe we can let them know that, hey, at that 1-year mark, we're done with that. The city of Kyle, just wanted me to say that, hey, that they're looking forward to this partnership. That's already something that they do with a couple other takers along the way. What it essentially turned down to is around 154 gallons a minute. They'll be able to add to their take point. So it's not necessarily anything that has to do with our infrastructure or the water that we have the ability to take. It's just they're allowed to take more water on their end and and then Jennifer has some financial information to kind of add to that.
Before we go to Jennifer, you say 1172, that's 1,172?
Acre feet is
Well,
what we have.
1,100.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you said 1172.
Yes, sir.
That was
I'm sorry.
11.72.
Yes, sir. So,
Okay.
and again, this is just.
And then the next question was, this is water that we're still paying for anyway.
Yes.
So whether we sell it to Kyle,
Yes.
if it goes down the river,
Release it to Kyle, yes, sir.
if it's still, we're paying. for it.
Yes.
All right, all right.
And so with the cost that, they would be paying is approximately 11% of that O&M fixed and, special assessment fees. And so it's around 105,000 of the 967,000 that we already paid for ARPA for that.
Okay, it's between
105,000 of the 900,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's again, it's trying to do what we can to offset some of those costs and do it again to bring that revenue into the district. While they have the need for it
And we don't.
and we don't.
Yeah, and we're still paying for it anyway.
Yes, sir.
All right.
So again, the motion there to enter into this agreement. It's on their it would be on their June 16th. And then but we would take it up to them basically halfway through. They would approve it and then we would execute it.
Any questions about the board members? Well, move to approve the city of Kyle Arwen lease as presented.
Thank you. Motion by VP Benavides. Second, Director Roskin. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Guys have it.
Thank you.
Discussion, possible action, rules and regulations. Got 3 of them there, grading process, customer service inspection fees and
So Sandy, did you want to go for the grievance process?
Grievance process, just from the recommendation of the board is to speed up the timeline. I put on the SBS sheet, the current verbiage and then the proposed updated version, which I highlighted. Instead of 14 days, it's gonna be 5 days, after receipt. Instead of 7 days after they receive, 7 days for them, for the customer to respond, it's 5 days. So it's, the process moves a little bit quicker. And then we also have a timeline of when
the board of directors needs to respond in writing back to the customer if it gets to the director level.
So that was one of the things that I believe Mr. Mead was really passionate about, was that there was no timeline given from once it escalated, I think, above the office manager, even for the general manager and for the board. Now, clearly, we've done what we can to expedite things as soon as possible, and I think there's been some issues where we've resolved relatively quickly without even having to get into get that far. But in the event that we do get that far, it does put that time frame for staff to work with the board president and the board to ensure that we come up with a solution. So therefore, it takes away that open space, so things get done a lot faster. Usually, it's written in there, so that way it's done within the next board meeting that it's addressed.
Okay, so to see if I understand it, the customer has 5 days, or 5 days after the customer presents the initial complaint to the CSR has 5 days to reply.
The lead CSR will
The
have.
lead CSR.
Yeah.
If the customer is not satisfied, he or she has 5 days to appeal to you.
Yes, sir, they have 5 days to evaluate the appeal, everyone, just in case they don't get it right away or whatever the case may be. Once they were supplied back in writing that they wanted to go up to the next level, it would go up to the office manager level. And then from that,
And she has 5 days
days, it'll get sent back
to the customer,
to
so
the
that's 5
customer.
days.
The customer then has 5 days. If they don't agree, it gets sent to me.
Okay,
I have 5 days. If I don't respond to it within that 5 days, or if they don't agree, or I will respond to it in that 5 days, I'm sorry. And if what I meant to say is if they don't agree with it within their 5 day period, then it falls up to the
It would
board.
be presented to the board.
It'll be presented to the board
within how many days?
within
5 days also.
Well, it'll be
So the customer has 5 days to present.
to present, well, or necessarily what'll happen is we will get it to the boards within the next board meeting. So let's say in the process today, it was in my court. And for some reason, it didn't go through after this, well, then by the next board meeting, whatever it may be, it would already be brought to the board's attention, and it would be either on the agenda.
That's where we have a lag, maybe of 30 days.
That's depending on, yes, sir, when the next board meeting is. Before that, there was no time frame, and that was Mr. Muse.
I love the 5 days. Beautiful,
Yes, sir.
beautiful. It's sufficient.
Yes, sir.
Effective. Beautiful. And I guess I can't think of an idea right now what to do with the lag. Like you said, if it's on your
Just-
court right
yes,
now,
sir.
just
Yeah, it's just timing.
the draw, yeah.
It's timing, but ideally, the intent is to get it back to provide those set timeframes, so that way it doesn't, again, last year's circumstances were a little bit different with the board president resigning, and it kind of just fell through the cracks per se. But in this instant, the ball never gets dropped. It's always moving.
Beautiful. I like it.
I don't think this in here, but taking care of that.
That motion is just for the, your next person. Okay.
All right. Any questions? Board members? Move to approve and update CCSUD's rules and regulations for grievance procedures as presented and allow non-substantiated changes. Substantiated or substantive?
Substantive.
Substantive. The one word.
Just in case I had any, grammar.
Motion, you want EP Benavides.
Second.
Second, Director Roscoe. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, looks like the ayes have it. Customer service inspection fees.
Sorry, so this is just to go back to customer service inspection and finish in that bearing that hatchet per se. As of right now, we have 9 staff members that are signed up for class within the next month. That'll complete that class, which will eventually go test for their licenses to allow us to do it in-house. Again, we appreciate the board that opportunity to give us more employees for that aspect. Sorry, Steph, can you go ahead and say that since.
So what we're looking for is a little bit of clarification on how this is to proceed. When October 1 comes, Crystal Clear is going to then take the remainder of those customers who have been receiving a letter or have received a letter and take those inspections in-house with no charge. My question is, does that no charge stop to any customer, for example, that was here after 10/1/2027? No, fiscal year, I'm sorry, fiscal year 27, yeah. So anybody who's already in the district prior to October 1 of the fiscal year is going to be on us to get them inspected and get them up on board. Anyone after that, Crystal Clear lets them know that they need a customer inspection upon transfer or new install. And it is on them to either, well, not either, they would then have Crystal Clear do the inspection at the standard fee to which we charge currently and continue to charge developers for. I'm trying to find out if there's ever going to be an end to Crystal Clear paying that or taking that cost on and always providing a free of charge inspection. Or if it is mainly geared towards those customers who maybe had 20+ years in the district and we were helping them out, we were trying to get that straightened out. But now these new customers that are coming in, because keep in mind, an inspection is required every time that house changes hands. So if we're looking at somebody who lives there for a year and then sells it, it needs a new one. So then that's Crystal Clear going out there. So that's the clarification I'm looking for, is that when this fiscal year ends, when we start the new one, do we also implement that if you are new to the district as of 10/1 fiscal year 27, you are now responsible
They
for
can
the
either
cost.
pay Crystal Clear for the CSI or get somebody else to do the
I
CSI.
think if we end up where we ask them to pick an inspector of their choosing, we're going to be right back where we were. We are going to be waiting for them to.
But the difference is we don't provide service. We're not gonna do the same mistake that
We're
caused
not,
us to be
y'all,
here.
y'all have told us that we cannot just deny service. We've been told that that's not something that you want us to,
No.
they
If
don't
they if you're transferring service, that's a new service we're providing. We have to require CSI prior to providing the service. That's where we dropped the ball before. We didn't require it. We just kind of gave them the service. That's where we got caught in that nasty situation. So October 1st, there's a new purchase, they buy an existing house, whatever. Well, that's gonna be a new service. We're gonna require a CSI.
So for example, we would take their application and say
Yes,
you have
and say, hey,
30
fellas,
days
we need a
to schedule
CSI.
an inspection with Crystal Clear.
Or with an
Otherwise-
outside CSI guy. There's a lot of guys out there that can do the CSI.
Correct, yes.
As long as they bring us a CSI from somebody authorized to do that, that's fine.
And then we're okay with if that doesn't happen within 30 days and their service is disconnected.
That'd be fine. Yeah, because that is a new service, exactly. So now you.
I kind of disagree. I
was looking at other faces and I was just waiting.
I just don't think we should, I think we should just do it and charge them whatever we need to charge them.
And we can put it on their bill, it can be a part of a payment arrangement, I mean, there's other things that we can look into as far as how we help them get that
For
cost.
like a transfer of house service. Okay.
So I
So
think-
for construction, they can get their CSI work?
So like when Lennar does it, Lennar does CSI.
It's like a big service.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, on
that-
developers, this is the charge that they are used to paying, this is something that they have to supply. But I just wanted clarification, like, we don't want to make that threat, obviously, we want it to happen, so we can absolutely offer that up as this needs to be done, Crystal Clear provides the service, we can do it. We can put it on your bill. Yada, whatever, without making the.
We want to take it all in-house versus, to create, so that way there's no confusion created, correct?
That was my feeling. is
No
that-
outside CSI guys can do business here aside from like the big boys like Lennar and so forth.
Yeah, I guess.
Because right now we allow CSIs, as long as they're authorized and certified to do CSIs.
I mean, it's whatever you direct.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's what y'all-
Whatever you
Yeah,
direct us to do.
and frankly, as long as we get our CSI,
Correct,
that's what matters.
yes.
Whether we do it or they do it, I guess the real question is just, hey, if there's a transfer of a house after October 1st or on or after October 1st or what have you.
Mhm.
And I
Or
think
new
in our
construction, whatever.
Our conversation was also to address the fee. The board wanted to adjust the fee. We would do something with the fee, remove the fee. That was gonna be the board's discretion to do in this moment. So that way we knew going forward.
What's our fee on it?
Yeah.
Right now, it's 150.
150.
We were offering 100 for reimbursement, right?
Correct.
Yes. And that had settled down the blood in the water per se. So I think everything is
We're getting about
free.
5 minutes a week if we're lucky. Maybe you got 15 over the last 2 weeks. Maybe.
But
I
the
think the
letter,
options better.
the letter has all been sent out, all the routes have been delivered that we messed up, letter kind of deal. And we have been getting some calls about it and they kind of brought it back to the forefront, but again, but again, that's kind of what this was on here for.
I think it looks better if we allow CSIs from Joe Blow out there, what have you.
I can also mention something else, this to maybe help along with your decision on that part. What we find is that when Crystal Clear is out there doing the inspection, they're gonna make notations of things that directly affect our district. So take, for instance, multiple dwellings. Our inspectors are gonna go out there when they're doing a PSI and make those notations. We have no control over an outside inspector making, and the notes that he makes.
And that's what I
Not
suspect is the
looking-
real reason you want CSIs to be done by crystal clear.
Could be,
Because-
there's not a reason why. There's a reason because at first we were instructed to take them all out.
Because we
And-
find another connection, whatever, that's what, 12, 15, 17 grand.
We wouldn't be
There's
looking at
no
it, sir, from a
reason
monetary
why I
perspective, we'd be looking at it from a compliance perspective.
Absolutely, because.
Money's just a freebie, just a bonus.
No, sir.
17 grand plus $90 every month.
No, sir. Compliance is what's gonna be the name of my concern and my staff's concern.
If compliance is the case, we got a CSI. We are legal. We are covered. We got a CSI.
But no, because when the TCU comes back and says the neighbor just called the PUC because their neighbor's got 4 houses on 1 meter. If that happens, then then they come to us and say, you're servicing these people and you drive by them every day and you didn't say anything, or you have a CSI done, it's not notated. I mean, there's always gonna be a ramification.
We already got people driving by, as Ms. Garcia told us anyway.
I guess we're just gonna have to vote because we disagree. I think we should just keep it in-house. So my motion is to keep it in-house and the fee will be $100.
So they're 1 foot, I'm just kidding. I'm just trying to lighten the mood, sorry.
So, move the fee to $100.
500%.
There's a motion, it just needs to have the amount move to approve the adjusted fee of $100.
And then keep it in. They wanna keep it in.
So we were covering 100 pounds.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Should keep it in.
Second by Director Vasquez. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed?
And
It's like the ayes have it with VP Benavides, voting in opposition. Moving on to deposits 3.
So this is something that I thought I would bring to the board. I think it would go a long way for those that it applies to, but again, just trying to figure out ways to be more customer oriented. I know a couple of the neighboring special utility districts offer waivers for first responders. So that is what staff, it's first responders, veterans, active duty, EMS, law enforcement, and disabled veterans. We would work out the policy to require the correct identification. But what we would like to do is we would like to start offering that for those who serve or have served our country and doing what they do. So that is the idea behind this. And staff's here to answer any questions, but that is what we think would be or could go a long way in the way of customer service.
I disagree with it. I don't like it. We're asking normal paying customers to subsidize EMS, first responders, veterans, what have you. Cool, they serve our country. You know who else serves our country? Lawyers that fight for the First Amendment, that fight for freedom of speech, for the Second Amendment, et cetera. They probably do more.
I mean, again,
No, I don't think it sounds great, but I don't want regular customers, and there will be defaults. There will be defaults. I've dealt with enough veterans to know that now they're not all straight shooters and they will walk out on a debt. So, no, I don't like this idea. That's all I have to say about it.
Oh, I apologize. Oof, I had a customer who sent in an email who asked me to read it for the board. That he sent it in. Hi, my name is Corey Keston. I'm a Sergeant First Class in the U.S. Army. I have served on active duty for 18 years. My family has moved on an average every 2 years. During my career, during these moves, there's a lot of strain, both personally and financially, on our family. My wife may go without a job for a month or two during these relocations, putting us in a single income or family of 4. We understand that this is part of my career, but it is still a reality that we are currently facing for the 8th time. While we prepare for the expense that comes with the move, we have never had to worry about deposits for utilities until now. That is, we have lived in 3 countries, 4 states, and not one utility company has charged us a deposit. It has always been waived with the utility companies understanding the high frequency we move and the ability for us to prevent moving. The average family does not pick up and start over every 2 years. And when they move from one state to another, they usually have say in that decision. While the waived deposits from another utility companies are a courtesy and not an entitlement, it means more than you could understand, especially during a time that already financially strains military families. I hope you strongly consider waiving deposits for new customers that are honorably serving and relocating due to PCS. Please remember, for most service members relocating, this isn't likely their first move or last move, and they already have a significant strain on them or their loved ones, and that is signed Corey D. Caston, Sergeant First Class of the U.S. Army. I apologize. So, again, this was kind of just something.
What is the deposit relative to bills usually?
They cover, the $300 deposit covers 2 months of bills, average users.
It doesn't necessarily have to be the whole deposit. Maybe it's a half the deposit. It's just, not something that I'm necessarily, it has really no effect. Yes, I am a veteran, but I don't live in the district. But I do know of the sacrifices that are made for the service members, whether or not they, agree with what they're being ordered to do, but they are out there doing their best for our country. So again, it's just something that, we kind of thought of to bring to the board, and it's up to the board to either, not vote on it, change it. However, it's just one of those things that I think we wanted to bring up.
And looking at the other SUDs, since I did do that, so they had said it's a roughly about 6%. So for our 7,400 that we have, it would be roughly around 440 of our customers. And that would include current, right? Like, so 6%. And that's about 133,000. Just so you have those numbers. What I know that we would put policies in place. And so if it were current customers that called in and let us know that they were veterans, they would have to, of course, provide their credentials. We wouldn't give them the money, we would credit their account. So like their next.
Oh, it would be
month's
retroactive
bill.
too.
Yeah, it won't,
So,
yeah.
so
That's
we,
what most companies that I've checked into did. And it's not like they advertise.
Yeah.
But once they know it and they call in, then we would credit their account as opposed to giving them a refund check.
I mean, we can keep it to just active
that's
duty.
what I was gonna ask.
Again, it's just, we wanted to bring it up for the discussion as far as service members go. So, more than welcome to take either no action, not vote on it, or change it, to whatever the board,
They referenced it himself. They referenced the frequency of moving. The frequency of moving. There's a huge amount of defaults on mortgages. Simple. There's also a huge amount of active duty.
yes, sir, just.
Yeah.
Bring it up to board, however.
Can we just food for thought and let's just think about this? I mean, just take no action right now.
All right, we ever have a motion on this or anything? Maybe.
Motion to table it. Motion to table item 413.
413, motion, Vice President Benavides. Okay, do you have a second? Second, Treasurer Patterson. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? I'm gonna be opposed.
I'm opposing too.
Decision, Reininger and Velasquez. Motion passes. Okay. Okay, M. Discussion, possible action, Crystal Clear SUD website bulletin board.
So this was, something that was brought up by Director Benavides. I think there was some legal, food for thought that was provided. Again, it is just now that the full board's together, Mr. Benavides, wanted to talk about this, correct, sir?
Correct. The issue we have is that we can't have discussions that are not transparent due to Tillman, Texas Open Meetings Act. We can avoid violating that by having a bulletin board on our webpage. Any idea I got, I can go in there, go ahead and post it. Director Roscoe, Director Patterson, et cetera, any member of the board can go ahead and reply to that. But the deliberations, which is the key thing, the deliberations are public. I think that's a great idea. For example, your veteran thing. We could have bounced this idea around back and forth, et cetera, and then by the time we get here, we're a lot more efficient. We don't have to spend all this time. The deliberations have been made in public. Probably it'll be so much more efficient. Questions that you have about anything, CSIs, whatever, it would streamline our deliberation process, yet still be perfectly transparent for the public to see.
I think if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, that cannot, it's just amongst board members, there's no customer input.
Correct. And only staff members designated.
Say again, sir, what?
And only staff members designated.
What does that mean?
That means if we were to have a bulletin board, by default, all the board members can participate. No management can participate unless they are specifically authorized to participate.
I think that would help because we get here, we've seen the packet, but we haven't really thought about it. If we had a few days to think about it and bounce things off of each other, I think that's gonna be a lot more efficient.
A lot shorter meetings, that's bigger.
I know the city of Kingsbury, they do it, so I know that it can't be done. Again,
Couple rules of warning. No polling for votes. It is not somewhere to go and say, who else is voting this way? It is not a forum, it is a forum to communicate among the board members, not board members with the public or the public with board members. It is strictly for communication among concerning matters that are germane to Christian yourself.
So deliberations.
So let's just take this data center deal. So like, let's just say you posted something and then all the directors started posting something. And then that's gonna be used in the lawsuit against us, right, Mr. Carroll? Because it's all of our thoughts in writing for the whole.
Yeah,
world
it'll,
to see
I mean, look,
forever and ever.
the first request for production will be, please provide the bulletin board. And you'll have to do it. There won't, I don't think there would be any basis for withholding it. Howard, is
No, there isn't. And as a matter of fact, the messages have to be retained for, I think, 6 years. So, and once you put it out there, it can't come back. So.
But the veteran discounts or waivers or CSI fees, there's so much that could be discussed that could save us so much time here. And the board members don't have to use it. They can just simply read, okay, well, Director Rosker, Director Patterson thinks this. Okay, cool. At least I'll start chewing on what they said. So I don't think the risk outweighs the huge benefits. You don't have to use it. Read it. That's it. But it sure would streamline things. And now that the board's actually doing its job, boy, these meetings are getting longer.
I mean, I just think putting every single thing we do in writing on the internet.
We don't need to.
I just don't see how that's ever gonna, but it's up to me. I'll be voting no, but it's,
I mean, you don't need to use it.
Okay, do I have a motion?
You want to add a bulletin board to the CCSUD website.
Motion by Treasurer Patterson, second by VP Benavides. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Who was that? I got Patterson, Benavides. Was there any other ayes? Fran? All opposed? Say nay. Nay.
Did you say nation?
Yes. Velasquez, nay. It's 3-3 split. Motion fails. Update discussion, possible action, request for quotation, professional services. We'll give this one to Director Trent. She asked to have these placed on the agenda.
What's that?
So this is your agenda item, Ms. Trent.
I make a motion to table this for right now.
Okay, motion to table, Director Trent.
Second.
Second, Patterson, Benavides. All right, any further discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right. It's like the ayes have it. All right,
So, for executive session, there's district legal matters. There is some things I think we should go over, as far as things that have come back or changed over the last month, or did we cover those?
We've got one issue. It's on one of the lawsuits that's worth talking about.
Okay. I mean, we can just go straight to executive session, let's get the public out of here and go right into it.
okay, let's do that. In the executive session at, only in regular session, 9:30 PM. Your executive session and party.
Visual and audio recording, so I'm sorry, so go ahead.
Okay, so back in.
Better make sure
Okay.
not bringing anybody back in.
Oh,
Nobody goes.
Back in.
No, sir.
okay, all right, okay, going back in at a regular session at 9:54 PM. Then I guess all we really have left is,
Just no action taken, executive session.
no action taken out of executive session. All we really have left is the next board meeting then. Right now, we got it at the 23rd meeting. And, that should give us plenty of time for the new member, posting. And I think so, yeah, it should give us plenty of time for that. And, does anybody have any conflicts with the, 23rd?
We have it on June 23rd, not 25th.
July 23rd, July.
I believe there's supposed to chat, that says June.
Got it.
Me,
Now, while we're still here and together and all that, so there was a question posed, and I think I do want to kind of just clarify it before we leave. So anything that we tabled tonight, do we automatically have to bring that back at the next meeting, or that's just something that we'll choose to bring back or not? And we can choose to, we don't have to bring it back, but we can bring it back, right? Okay, all right, yes, okay. All right, does anybody have anything else before we adjourn? All right, I think that's it. We adjourn at 9:55 PM.